Good morning to legislative services staff. And I'd also like to read good morning to our audience that are present here in person. Have you listened to that? And again, thank you. And today is our regular resources development committee meeting, Wednesday, November the 8th. And we are here at Colorado Division of Transportation. Thank you to Mr. Willie and his team for allowing us to use their conference room. So at this time, I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:26 a.m. With that, Mr. Toggy, would you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Navajo Nations Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, November 8th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Anclaw.
Present.
Honorable Shauna Anclaw is present. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson, excuse. Honorable Otto So, excuse. Madam Chair, you have 4 members available, which constitutes a quorum for this regular meeting. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Toggy. Next is invocation. As chair of RDC, I'll go ahead and allow or say invocation for the meeting here today. So we can just bow our heads. Although a young citizen of a need solo a need money outreach and a season, a hajoba needs and he gave now home to navigate cards algo, home lini hashim so hajoba needs it. Although not ani bake doji go home lini, 25th now Polishi Council Kodo, we can manage of a need solo a need and he outreach and home lini evening. Yolanda the dark who did he car dog lay the house out who did found the machine so Asian lady and that was who did he now who machine so Jopa Eames and Washington then other everyday Hispanic or the never Washington with Hispanic a lady baby in the short and the lady street of watches. Even that lady coded yard able to take him and lady body after so on. Kunde Chinese Bendando Ani Chinos, Quisani Sani Nazai Kundi Bajopa Eats. Kuyat ever equal as Ado, Kuyat ever equal as East Hayako, Tato, and Sekis, Jay with Aunt Linigi Aya, Charlie John, Bajopa Eats. Although he gave a day die, who the Tarnas did not spano out a day, a father days that day, no days now, who so who did never care of Carlo and Lavo, a who did Bajo by Indians and Dodish, a who did Gibanashi, who did the Shinigi resource development in the responded. They thought Lady Gibanashi don't sound, and they became a spano and game. Who then dedicated another day in the action is the so Kevin cat who are daily Babylon Street of other area, Hajo Baya, who did who managed to dedicate KJ, that is each trade about KJ, but I ain't even who did but they hints and who did Hanani, Negos, Shnakunde. Abakuto Hananish, never Washington, who the Radi Ahita no who not so that who came Heis, the Donach, the Natani, the Donk, Dini, Ada, Ning Ati, the Kugenashi, the Donde, partners, the Logan, Shade, the Billy, Adam, partners, Lidan, Lili, who Billy, Benashi, who Hale, Ada, Ad, Ede, Billy, Namish, because he is enough as resource to develop community members to not whom he Young, so to show who really to Abili, Zedi, that we need to get both of us are Kera, whom we can follow all who we can not be on these horses, who he cut the Ishlay, Ditch, and other Baker Garden, who did a or 1800 Nahi Dato, who did he never did not able cannot be neither. As she lay down to who he had. But our about case law who be able to open our sheet of the Najay who got a was of the so understand. Combinado sos pecado, dice para que no diga yo cuando que c'è da no dica lo che ascolta padre to dice yo pecado e di va yo pa inzi per la c'è io mas to e scige e cuia e non che con canale dice che business to doi che ha ito quinzi o ta e vedi di se ne deve che c'è quindi non vedi di io aber man gut verhandeln sind. Ich habe Namensfrage der gut. Ich habe die Frage in sehen. Aber da ist es die medici in der Kunden die Regionasti. I'll go now, just two announcements. Do we have any announcements, members of Resources Development Committee or legislative staff? Then, Rashid, going on to item 2 on the proposed agenda, recognizing guests as a visiting official for the members of Resources Development Committee, for the introduce yourself to the audience, starting with Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, this beautiful prayer. Good morning, everybody. Shade, Casey Allen Johnson, the chair. I represent the communities of Cameron, Coline, Talani Lake, Bird Springs, and Luton, District 35 chapters. So we welcome all our guests here today. Thank you for being with us, those that are online, and also our RDC legislative team that you for being here, as well as my honorable colleagues. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shana Ann Law. I'm the delegate for Chinle. Auto and Shmi, a Wilson, and the Shmigo footage sheet, versus Chini, Kachini, there's a Chino, on the Chanel, with all of sunshine. Maybe some of the good morning to everyone. Auto Chanel on the bowl, trading now.
Ja, det är så vi har rätt. Rutnäs i kyrkan och så är det för inte med det och ja, man är another. You know, och then there was San River. Och Indian. Och San chapter country here och San Juan, then these I think we burned on them. That they looked
All the way to legislative staff, starting with Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of RDC, those present, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Sanjay Kinnan, and we're just Mr. Arizona. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members, and attendance. My name is April Plant, and I'm attorney for the office of the Legislative Council.
wondering whether they're gonna like to, that's what we should, who's gonna shut up. No, but I like to, thank you that if you are the one familiar.
But again, legislative services staff, I will be letting you, then we have several that finance, introduce themselves, starting with Mr. Halloman.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee, colleagues, staff. Got April 2, my color is Jeanette. Me who I said, I certificate them. It's uninstalled, but it's paying toll on another. Beyond in this table, that next time. According to the division of natural resource, the executive director did not on this time here. Yeah.
Appreciate that, Mr. Halloman, operating on this third suite.
Morning, everybody. My name is Byron Mitsui Senior, the acting department manager of Navajo Land Department. For the year, RDC chair, vice chair, and yes, thank you.
Machine, I know this is a vacation introduction,
Ja, thanks, Austin, so. They, Samuel McCabe Junior, and she is on the city, on that, president, right? Chapter president, go there, and really, some changes from there. So it was changed, recorded, we need to pay. So, another. So, yeah, they have some also coming up with. And that's how they give.
I go to a and we keep focus that Ms. Gay.
Hello, good morning, your executive, this is Ms. Gail Shea. I'm the Richmond Chapter Secretary Treasurer. Thank you for having us here today. It's one the inch launch and Japan, but just no Kiani, but she looks at Japan, but she so it's nice to see you all.
Over to Mason Oxygen, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, it's Ayodhya. My name is Samlaksa Jim. I'm the Legislative Staff Assistant with the Office of the Speaker. In Shunigi Ayans Nagar Nation, I'm on an ambush team. I'm on an ambush Narado, a Shin District President. Good morning.
Then to Ohio.
Das ja, Ohio Mensinish, switching in the Shlens, is the conference. Cherokee. My name is Ohio Maintenance, I work with the Office of the Speaker as a communication director. And thank you for having me here today.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, audience, some of the audience that we have present here in person. Just item number 3 on the proposed agenda, reviewing and approving the agenda. I'd like to request if I can get a motion. Vice Chair Johnson. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Tanya, can you please read the proposed agenda into the record?
And Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nations Council regular meeting for Wednesday, November 8th, 2023, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson, Honorable Kasiana Johnson, Vice Chairperson, location Navajo Division of Transportation and via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation announcements. 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal. October 25th, 2023, regular meeting. November 1st, 2023, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from the Division of Natural Resources and Navajo Nation Land Department on the 1/2 mile buffer zone of Canyon Adishe Resolution RCS-P1-85. B, report from the Division of Natural Resources and Navajo Nation Land Department on the delegation of right-of-way and tribal access authorization, which include information related to waivers of 25 CFR Part 169, including waivers of compensation. 6, old business legislation number 0131-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee approving the grant of right-of-way to the Utah Department of Transportation for the construction, operations, and maintenance of Highway SR 162 from Montezuma Creek to Anna, located on Navajo Nation Trust lands in Anna Chapter, San Juan County, Utah, and waiving the requirement of bonds, insurance, and alternative form of security base pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 169.103 F2, sponsored Honorable Curtis Unito. D, legislation number 0221-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, amending resolution RDC-AU-32-20, rescinding resolution number RDC-D-105-18, and approving the grant of right-of-way and leases to Arcadia Infracom located on Navajo Nation Trust land on Navajo Nation, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and to rescind the Navajo Nation's consent into the development rights provision, sponsored Honorable Carl R. Slater. New business legislation number 0234-23, National Land Resource and Development Committee and Update Committee, supporting reauthorization and funding for the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. Sponsor Honorable Amber Prodi, co-sponsor Honorable Otto Brenda Jesus. B, legislation number 0246-23, an action relating to veteran finance, resource and development And the nominate committees, enter the nomination council amending CMY 54 18 to extend it through crop year 2028 the assistance fund guarantee for the nomination's annual premium for the rainfall index pasture, rangeland, and forage plot insurance program. Administered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, sponsored Honorable Brenda Jesus, co-sponsored Honorable Seth David. See legislation number 0247-23 in Action Lane Resource and Development Committee, the Development and Budget and Finance Committees, accepting the audit of the 12th speech chapter, approving the chapter's proposed correction action plan, sponsored Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. D, directive, the Resource and Development Committee directs the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Department Manager to conduct a work session on the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund within the 5 agencies with the goal of educating the Navajo people on the AIF. 8, the close of meeting announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda run into the record.
So I do have a motion by Vice Chair Johnson and may I get a second, members of Resource and Development Committee? Honorable Claw, we do have a question here by Vice Chair Johnson.
Sure. Let's make amendments to number 5, receiving of reports. Let's make amendments to add a report from the county roads administration on bridges being placed on tribal transportation improvement program. Planning list, the winners are President Robbie Schulte, Road Executive, and Leah Thompson, Administrative Assistant in the County Roads Department, and Brendan Howell, Planner, Office of New Mexico Council of Governments.
Members of Resource and Development Committee, we do have amendment number 1 to add to item number 5, receiving reports, letter C, for a report from the McKinley County Roads Administration. May I get a second to add this to the agenda? Honorable Naz, yeah, thank you. Okay, so let me go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Chair Naz regarding the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any members? District Amendment 1 to add the McKinley County roads. Provide a report on bridges as well as the tribal transportation improvement program. Is this what INDOT? Should INDOT be here? That's the question.
Honorable Chair Naz, yes, the TIP planning list is a doc or a plan that Navajo Department of Transportation does develop. And I understand that there is already an approved plan in place. We would probably have to request for one of the colleagues from Navajo Department of Transportation to be in attendance. Mr. Tanya, I know that there was a Ms. Begay that had sent the email, if we can ask her or Mr. Willie, the division director for INDOT, to be present with this particular report, we would appreciate it.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the request to have the Division of Transportation and be present for this report has been sent to them.
Okay. Yeah, Miss Tanya Billy is the employee's name with INDOT, so I believe that she's letting the upper management know about this. So at this time, whoever the deputy division director is, I believe it's Ms. Bowman, would need to come forward, and I'll go ahead and reach out to Ms. Bowman to have her present with us. Would that be okay, Honorable Chair Ness? Question? All right, so any other questions regarding amendment number 1, colleagues? Then going once, going twice. Okay, so with that, Mr. Tony, could you please take a roll call vote on amendment number 1 to the proposed agenda?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call for amendment number 1 to add a 5C to receiving reports from the McKinley County Road Administration. Honorable Shawna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse, Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we do, add an amendment, for 5C onto our proposed agenda. Going back to the motion of approving the agenda, do we have any additional, comments or additions or deletions? Time members of Resources Development Committee. Going once, going twice. So with that, Mr. Todd, could you please take roll call vote on the motion of accepting the agenda?
The Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda. Honorable Shawna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Roshi, yeah, so with that, we do have an approved agenda for Wednesday, November 8th, Resources Development Committee meeting, going on to number 4 on the agenda. Reviewing and approving journals for October the 25th, 2023 regular meeting and November 1st, 2023 regular meeting. May I get a motion? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Claude. Do we have any questions on the journals, members of Resources and Development Committee? The journals were emailed out by Legislative Services staff earlier this week. Going once, going twice, Mr. Tommy, roll call vote, please.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving and approving the journal. Honorable Shawna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Rashid, yeah, thank you, Mr. Toggy. With that, motion carries on to item number 5, receiving reports, letter A, report from the Division of Natural Resources and Navajo Nation Land Department on behalf of Milo Buffer Zone, Canyon de Chelly Resolution RCS-51-85. We do have presenters, Lisa Holona, Director for Division of Natural Resources, and Mr. Byron Mitsui, Department Manager for Navajo Nation Land Department, and I don't see Ms. Owen, but we'll go ahead and proceed with receiving the report. So we will allow you 20 minutes, starting at 10:50 a.m.
Okay. And Chair, Chairman, Regional Development Committee. What we wanted to do is kind of give you a little bit of history on the establishment of these 2 boundaries. The resolution that was developed was to establish protection zone to the boundaries of Canyon de Chelly National Monument to protect the scenic, cultural, natural resources and activities of development in that area. Between the Navajo Nation, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and the National Park Service. As you are probably aware, that the park was established in February 14th, 1931. When the National Monument was established, it talked about a boundary to have a protection zone from any development, so they could protect it from future development and also the cultural natural resources that were there. And that resolution was legislated in RCS-51-85. And that was speaking to that half-mile buffer off the rim of the canyon. So if you look up on the board here, you'll see that staff have outlined where the rim is of the whole canyon and where the National Park Service boundary has been established. And then from that, you go a half a mile out, and that's the size of the area that's being protected. We are aware that there were residents that were already established up on top of the canyon there, and since many new development had happened. And this buffer was also connected to a joint management plan that was supposed to have been developed between the nation, BIA, and National Park Service. As today, we're still talking about that joint management plan. There's been many attempts to develop that management plan with various different superintendents that have come to the National Park Service, different individuals from the nation side over the years, and of course the Bureau. And it just seemed like there was never a finalized joint management plan put together to be able to address how development would happen within that buffer zone, if any. And so it kind of, in that resolution, it spelled out all the different adverse impacts that will not be allowed, such as a house trailer, two-story houses, wells, water tanks, TPs, except those for religious purposes and so forth. Wood cutting, chaining of range management, quartering, bottle pits meant for minerals, fences, all of that would be not allowed in that whole area. And in that same legislation, the whereas it talked about the protection zone will also be hereby established covers land within the approximate park boundary, including a buffer along the south and north main roads, which is the second map behind here. And so what we call the north and south paved roads that then branch out and have access to the rim canyons and so forth, lookouts and those areas that have been established for tourists and so forth. So in that resolution, it talks about the 1,000 foot protection zone that will extend up to the Navajo Community College turnoff on the north rims, and on to the Spider Rock turnoff, including the monument, Kennedy Shade, Black Rock, Del Merco, and other significant canyons. And so it talks about the 1,000-foot buffer would actually be on the side away from the canyon rim. So if you're on the south road, that means that you're driving to Chinle, that would mean on the left side, on the south side of that highway. And then if you're driving from Chinle to Sayli, then it would be on the north side of that highway, and again on the left side if you're traveling from Chinle to Sayli. There's a 1,000-foot buffer put in. And so again, this was back in 1985 that was legislated at the request of tribal council. asking then the chair of the resource committee to put these protection zones in. It was that was back in September 1985. So almost 40 years ago. That has been put in place. And the land department has done what they could to adhere to this legislation by not issuing home site leases within those buffer zones. However, so now with the ARPA project, that's a concern because they're going to pull out this legislation and says there's not supposed to be any development. Back in the 23rd council, I believe it was, where RDC did a waiver to have a water line run from Chinle up toward that Spider Rock on the south rim side. I once saw a Cortez laws, and they went through Park Service, and they went through that buffer. So where it went through the Park Service land, Park Service agreed to it, consented to it. When it got onto the tribal trust land side where the buffer was, RDC granted the waiver for that particular project, so they could get a right of way to have that water line run all the way up. So it looks like. So now we have residents living there that are eligible for water lines. There are families that are native utility lines to their homes. And these are existing residents, they're living there, have been living there, and so, I think it is our duty to get these essential services to people. And, from the Division of Natural Resource, along with the land department, we're asking that RDC consider a waiver to have those essential services provided during ARPA for these, to cross these buffer zone areas that way, to get to those homes, to be able to do that. And there's some that are trying to get home sites, but they're right at the edge on some cases. And, you know, that's something that I know that we need to address. With that. Not only are these buffers, but I had mentioned before, the fourth management plan that has been approved by the nation and by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And there's a fourth moratorium still in place. And that ought to kick off everything already. And then afterwards, we put a moratorium on for new development. Still, you have people still moving back to where they were raised, next to their grandparents, next to their parents. And now they're eligible for these essential services, and they're gonna need assistance. The resource committee has done waivers in the past for to get homes that are existing there, to get them a home site lease, so they'd be able to get water lines or utility lines in the past. So, you know, those areas need to be considered as well for ARPA, for existing residents. Existing residents mean that the ones that people are residing there now. I don't know if Mr. Floyd would like to add anything, and we'll move on.
The half mile buffer, I worked on it extensively, using a topo map and aerial imagery to actually plot out the rim of the canyon. There's two boundaries, one that, National Park submitted, and we have the one for the Navajo Nation, and there's quite a difference in some of the canyons for the national park. But when we plotted going by, what was described by the federal government and by the council to follow the rim of the canyon. And we, on my end, I interpreted certain areas where it kind of petered out. And I think in some areas, the national park ended there somewhere a little further in. So with my interpretation of the legal description, ours extends out further and it adds more area to protection for the Navajo people for the canyon. So, and we can print out another map showing the half mile buffer, and then we show the national park boundary that they have, which is on Esri, and also the website and the 1,000-foot buffer, the highway.
Presentation. Although issued in that members of the Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion for the report from Mr. Maloney and Mr. Sui?
I'll mention.
On the roll call, and may I get a second? Dr. Johnson. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, those are the ones who look here in regards to the half mile buffer of the Bay Shore.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Mr. Isui and Mr. Malone for the presentation here. And for those of you that are listening online, I am Shauna Ann Long, delegate for Chinle, also the Say area of Bay. And so this particular report does affect my community, and I do have Canyon residents that are probably listening in, and then also that are affected by this half mile buffer zone, as well as the 1,000 feet buffer zone regarding the roadway. So currently I do have two individuals that have approached not only myself, but also our legislative advisor to request for a waiver for their home site. And as I was listening to the report being given here today, that there are families that are pre-existing in that area. And so also over time, their families start to extend with new family members, people returning home. And so they are continuing to add on to their homesteads. But for the services which we deem as essential for water and utilities, it does affect our families. And looking at the maps that are provided, I do see the boundaries for National Park Service. And as it was explained, it does end, I don't want to say abruptly, but it does end midway through the canyon. And then I have another map that is shown before me with the extension going all the way through the canyon. And so as I'm thinking about this and thinking about the waivers, I am in support. However, as a delegate, I have received a lot of pushback as well. Because a majority of this ARPA funding for my particular delegate region is going to the Spider Rock area. Other communities such as Del Muerto, Chinle Valley, the Mesa, Flat Rock area, and within Chinle, they don't have ARPA funding. So that's a big justification on, the chapter's part. So a lot of the things that I hear is that, these individuals, were not given a home site, but yet they're getting essential services. Whereas an individual that's living in a community who's been living in their grandmother's home, who's not getting that same type of waiver. So I have to be, very careful using, my own evaluation and thinking about it logically. So I am in agreement, and the funding has already been established through legislation, so you cannot change it. But I do feel that those that are receiving those services do need to take responsibility. And we do have fees that need to be paid prior to the service. So in addition to a waiver, they do need to be responsible. And so I would support that being incorporated. So then when I am approached by a community member saying, hey, you just gave that person a free service, but we can explain, no, they did have to pay a fee. So those are some of the things that I feel that need to be also researched and then also incorporated. And again, we said this is only for ARPA purposes. This is not for the duration of that moratorium and also for those buffer zones. The challenging part is not necessarily the canyon rim. The challenging part for me is in regards to the 1,000 feet buffer zone. And as you mentioned, it is on the highway area, the north part of the highway, and that's where I see a lot of these individuals that are requesting for the waivers. So that area in particular is running from Chinle all the way to Diné College. And I believe that was one reason that Honorable Delegate Slater did come here before RDC as well, because in his area that affects Saley as well as the Black Rock regions. And so I just wanted to add that into our discussion. And so I wanted to also ask if you also have the documentation of where you have prepared the waiver, any policies that you have, you can share that with RDC so that we can go ahead and review and make our recommendations. During the time when Superintendent Lynn Carenza did come before RDC, she was sitting here as a lone presenter. And I believe, Division of Natural Resource was not here. And so it would have been good to have the National Park Service and DNR present at the same time. And one of the things that I did request from her and have yet to receive is that joint management plan. So I don't know, DNR, you do have a copy, but if you can forward that to me, and we probably have to dust it off the shelf, so to speak, to take a look at it, but I have not been provided a copy of that, and I believe, RDC has not received that copy as well. So if we can make that request, and if you can forward that to Mr. Kagi so that he can share with my fellow constituents here, those are some of the issues, that I think we need to also look at. And then also in, regards to the buffer zone for the canyon, I would like to include within that buffer zone, a buffer zone for our air. As we know, we do have air tours that fly over the canyon. They are disturbing to residents, also to our artifacts within the canyon. So that would be one thing that we did bring up to Ms. Becker. Apparently, there is a letter that President Nygren did sign may have been in executive order, but that has not been forwarded to RDC as well. So I would like to see that executive order, and if we can forward that to us as well. And if we can go ahead and include that into the buffer, the main buffer zone, the legislation where it can be amended. So that's those are some of the recommendations, the concerns that I have, and I will go ahead and turn it back over to Madam Chair.
Thank you, today's honorable call for bringing up some valid points. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters here in response to questions that were posed here by Delegate Claw, and also the waiver aspect of home site leases. And Navajo Land Department or DNR is considering a possible fee for some of these individuals that will be getting waivered. And there were some additional questions in regards to documentation to be provided to RDC and also the joint venture. And so, Mr. Itsui or Mr. Holman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Clark, for your questions. One of the things I wanted to talk to the RDC about is the waiver. I'm diligently wanting to work with the RDC to get these families, utilities, infrastructure. I know Ms. Klein brought some home sites to my attention, put the ball into that 1,000-foot buffer. And we've been talking to each other about, how can we get these individual utilities, because there's utilities already within 100 feet from them with families that already have the infrastructure. So I'll work with the RDC to get that legislation out to have it taken care of, or maybe possible waivers for these individuals that are existing, not for new.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Madam Resource Development Committee, the last waiver that was legislated by RDC was for a family in Salem, that was advised that they live within the forest moratorium. And their residence is just on the east side of the highway, just past the turnoff into the college there. And that college actually is renewable. You can see the house right from the highway. And they have water, but they utilities. And that was done, so I guess we just need to get that legislation so you can see how the language was done. The other waiver language that needs legislation is talking about water, that right of way water that came up from Chimney all the way up for the fiber. So we can get a copy of that right of way with the legislation that will forward to you if it is the content job there, if it is not for the or close to the it's also the I already see. So we can get you that information moving forward. I will check in our records for the joint management plan. That may have been drafted by previous predecessors at DNR. I know this has been ongoing issue and concern around the land department. I know they have several different meetings about that management plan with the rangers, with Parks and Recreation Department, developing, and I believe there is the last draft, and we will look for that and get that to you. Auto airspace protection. I don't know if we requesting just Canyon this day or other parts. The reason I'm saying that is we have, tour operators that are now trying to get permits, wanting to get permits to do air tours, like Antelope Canyon, Monument Valley, some of these areas. They fly the people in and they fly around above, show them the different rock croppings and everything else. And then they're back probably to Vegas or wherever they come out from. So I guess it's something we need to look at. Just Canyon this year, you want look at some type of airspace protection, or all parks, national parks on Navajo and tribal parks on Navajo. I'll look for that letter and I'll get hold of the vendor. Now, I am unaware of any, I'm aware of any veterans orders given for airspace. So I'll check into that and get that back to CCO information I get to Delegate Hall as well. If I find anything on the tree, get that information. Thank you.
Then we get Paul has a follow-up.
Thank you for the response. So the question posed was regarding the airspace protection. And I wanted to go ahead and pose a question as well. Yesterday, there was a meeting in which Chinle chapter was meeting with the Department of Justice. In that discussion, they were talking about development along the canyon area. So my question is, we have an LGA certified chapter that is talking about development, and how does the DNR advise these chapters when it comes to protected areas such as the canyon that we are discussing? And so thinking about this past weekend as well, some of the delegation, they traveled out to Tuba City, and out there, we also had some residents that live along the canyon areas near Cameron, and then also the Grand Canyon Rim. So I think Navajo Nation does have to be consistent. I don't know if this was only derived because of the National Park Service, but we have families who are facing development in their canyon areas. And one of the biggest ones that is well known is the Grand Canyon Escalade Project. So in that sense, a lot of those canyon residents in the Western Agency have also pleaded with the Navajo Nation to preserve their canyon, their way of life, of offering prayer, because they said the importance was their prayers are carried by the waters. And so I feel like as a Navajo Nation, we do have a big task at hand. RDC and my constituents here, we have been out in the field. We have been meeting with people. And I think that, you know, if that question is going to be posed, then maybe we do have to open it to a general sense of our tribal parks and also the parks that surround the Navajo Nation. And that's why this plan, this joint management plan, is really vital, because then you have the opportunity to also maintain the management of our own lands here and not also take directives from outside entities. And then also that provides a framework of development for these areas. So those are some of the things that I have seen within my own chapter. And those are some things that I think even RDC, you know, we're not aware of the discussions that are happening out there. But I really want to encourage chapter to work with the division as well as RDC, since RDC is the oversight of these chapters. So that was one thing I wanted to bring up to your attention, and then also wanted to get a response if you're familiar with that development that is happening. And also, how does that affect this moratorium that we are discussing here? And in addition to that, within my own particular area, this 750 buffer zone. I have continuously brought this up. And again, this resolution was from 1950. And so the language, the legal language is really vague. Some of those terms are non-existent. And so I have asked for a plan. And the date I was given was October 27th. There would be some policies or regulations in which we could go ahead and do an amendment. And so I'm just doing a follow-up on that because this is in line with buffer zones. And so it also affects communities. And what I have seen is that, you know, with every changing chapter leadership, it all differs with the personalities and the vision of these officials. And some of them are doing land grabs. And when we talk about, we had an RDC work session about fee to trust, we're talking about land user consent and how we need to, you know, make changes. But yet, you know, there is that inconsistency when it comes to chapters where they're trying to do land grab. So we do need to hold everyone accountable, not just people living in hogans, not people trying to get their utilities or water lines, but we need to hold the Navajo Nation government accountable as well. So that's the questions that I have, and then also my response, and I'll go ahead and turn it back over. Shut it, yeah.
I wish you before I yield the floor back over to the presenters, I'd like to go ahead and allow time for our legal counsel to give information in regards to the initial resolution that was passed years or decades ago.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Marianne McCollum, this is Legislative Council. Resources and Development Committee members, would you please tonight go to your inbox of your consent, the actual resolution that we're talking about, RCF-51-85. And there's a particular language I would like to bring to your attention there. And I was unable, I am not working in the best of circumstances here to send you the particular resolution that RDC, previous RDC, voted on and approved with regard to the quote-unquote waiver of this particular 1985 resolution. First of all, Mr. Colonna, I was wanting to send this to you also so that they're on the same page and Mr. And I have like 3 different addresses for you, Mr. Colonna. If you would give me your address, I'll just push the button and send it to you so that we're all on the same page.
Your email address.
Your email address.
Oh, okay.
If you will tell me which one of these is you're indifferent.
W dot.
Oh, is it W?
Right now, if you want to get on my phone, you have to use the old land department one.
Oh, land department, okay.
Right.
And
That
LD,
Have Wi-Fi, then you can use the WF.
okay, and, okay,
I'll-
good, thank you. I'll send this to you right now so that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
And if we go to, that particular resolution, RCS, and on RCS-51-85, on the second page of that resolution, it gives, now therefore be it resolved that 1, adverse impact shall not be allowed, such as the development of and activities including, and there's a whole list of activities that are not, are deemed adverse activities. And as you can see, there's the list includes house trailers, two-story homes, wells, water tanks, teepees, special uses. And so you see there's a list there. I wanted to show that particular portion, bring your attention to that particular portion of the 1985 resolution. Now I'll take you to the 2015 Resources and Development Committee resolution. And unfortunately, I'm unable to forward this to you. Limitations here in this conference room. That particular legislation resolution is RDCS-72-15. So this is the resolution that is being referred to as quote, waiving the 1985 resolution. And so I'm just able to explain this to you. For whatever reason, I can't attach this and send it to you. But in this particular resolution, I will read it to you. It says, this was approved by the Resources and Development Committee, and it says, the Resources Development Committee has reviewed the document, including the 1985 resolution, and concludes that the water line, this has to do with getting the water line into that area on the map there. Let's see. And the RDC concludes that the water line development do not represent, quote, adverse impact as indicated in the resolution 1985 and is not covered by that resolution. Therefore, a waiver of that resolution is not required. And I think that's an important distinction to make if we're talking about getting water lines and such to the residents who are currently in that area. So that's what was the situation here. And another section, the amendment to the resolution said, the Resources and Development Committee hereby approves the water line projects with respect to the Spider Walk Phase 1 and Phase 2 water line extensions within the Chinle and Nozzolini chapters within the Canyon de Chelly Protection Zone. And the last thing that it inserts in here, a new paragraph, a copy of this resolution shall be sent to the superintendent of the Canyon de Chelly Monument. So what I'm getting from this particular resolution in which a water line was desired, the Resources and Development Committee said at that time that the water line was not, quote unquote, an adverse activity. That section that I sent you on page 2 listed adverse activities, and the Resources and Development Committee in 2015 said the water line was not an adverse activity, and therefore no waiver of the 1985 resolution was required. Madam Chair, when I get back to my office, I will send you the 2015 RDC resolution with regard to an attempt to waive portions of the 1985 Resources resolution. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm trying to be as near as possible. Try to explain without having a resolution from
I will take this contact clarification. Patient and then approval, etc. Let me go ahead and deal with the floor backwards and center with regards to questions that appear that I will call. So it's me on so
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairman, Resource Development Committee, appreciate that information. So I take that as any new water line we do up there does not affect the adverse possession according to the 85 resolution. Yes?
Madam Chair, at my first reading of the 2015 Resources and Development Committee resolution, that is what was inserted into the language saying it was not, the water line was not an adverse activity. And so there was no need to waive the 1985 Resources and Development Committee resolution. Of course, I have not had any opportunity to speak directly with the Department of Justice on this particular question. I just, reading what the RDC passed in 2018, and that was the language that was inserted into that resolution. Madam Chair, if I will email the Department of Justice and then so I can bring that to the committee and give them an opportunity to weigh in on that particular issue with regard to the planned projects, delivering water and such.
Well, she can, so with that, we'll then, let clarify your question. Will she, so you want to go ahead and just sponsor and we'll pause other questions.
Okay, I'd like to call into the ask about the chapter, advising chapter, what they could do in certified. I guess the shortcoming of Title 26, when they did the chapter resolution, chapter certification chapter, they didn't give them any land, so they could manage. They could have, but they didn't. So now, whether they're certified or uncertified, they still have to get land withdrawals and everything else through the land department. And so the project that I am familiar with there in Chengli was the cultural vending center or whatever they were building east of Holiday Inn. I believe 75% of that project is outside of the park boundary. And there's just a small piece that goes into the boundary. What we advised several years ago to the chapter was that get with the Park Service and explain your project to them. And they can probably support you and even assist. Because it's going to be beneficial not only to the community, but as well as the park there. And so they've been working on land for that whole project. And the only concern I remember that was brought up was that it was in a floodplain area. What were they going to do to address the floodplain potential? Of course, last year during the flooding, that was all flooded out. But you know, it can be prevented with some prevention activities to be able to do that. So once the chapter gets through the review process, all of the archaeological stuff, they get that withdrawal. And that's all they would need to get is that withdrawal done. And once they finish that, they'll be able to go towards construction of their project, because it's a chapter project. They can do it with a land, what we call land designation, to be able to do that. We would like to work with the chapter of other projects, because we're also being asked about a lot of the concerns within the community, like the economic security office building. They want to get a lease. And I think we come up with some language from the state that's comfortable for them with our grazing leases that we have. How the arbitration and the limited waiver of sovereignty language has been agreed to. And the state grazing lease site, I think we could probably include that, incorporate it into at least how economic security obtain a lease where they can get a new building built. That's been going on for maybe 10 years, which that we find a new location. And they have a business owner that are coming and trying to develop in the chapter area. And they're feeding all kinds of local, I told them that's something that, we could do the land withdrawal if there's nothing on it. But if there's already existing, buildings that are businesses that are out of business and they're just there, they need to work with the RBDO and look at those leases. I don't know if they're just abandoned, and what the challenges are. But that's would be something that they would have to work with. Coming to these 750-foot corridor. We can, I don't know if you want to have a different day to do a report or a full work session. We've done two in previous RDCs, the 23rd, 22nd. I think we did one the 24th as to how we can develop the legislation and what is codified. The 750-foot corridor is codified. Title 14, I believe, is 1200. It talks about that 750 foot from the right of way out on both sides of the road, existing and future highways is the way the legislation is written. And when we were wanting to implement that legislation, we were advised that there's a part there where it was supposed to come back to the advisory committee, which is now, of course, RDC, to develop the procedural aspects of the use of that 750-foot corridor. So I guess in a way, regulation was supposed to be developed. Economic development, and that's an economic development zone, but it doesn't say that. It's for development use. And, we feel that it should be for housing, because they're close to infrastructure, the road right there. And the first part of it could be a utility corridor. You could have where you put water lines, utility lines, fiber lines, gas lines. You have that corridor, the first 50 to 100 feet would be that corridor. Out on the which area for development. You've got that housing, some cases could be cemeteries, all kinds of economic development and those type of uses. And so the last RDC that we did a report to, we actually had put a task force together, made up of land department, DNR, economic development, NDOT, Fish and Wildlife, Forest Preservation, EPA. We put a task force to implement the 750 foot. What can we come up with? Let's get the guidelines out, so we can do that. And at that time, they were saying there's so much roadway to clear. Let's just focus on some smaller points. So the first report, we brought 18 locations and gave a report to RDC. RDC expanded that to 24 locations. And it was just really the major intersections, such as Burnside, on Burnside, roundabout, a mile that direction, a mile this direction, a mile this direction, a mile this direction. Economic development zone. So that's where all the development happened. Those areas like that. Loop was one of the areas that was looked at. Grand Falls area. In that whole process that we identified the 24 areas as economic development zones, we were told, well, you need to go back to the chapters and see what they say and get on it. And so we went back to the chapters and we told them to, you know, we had actually took the 24 points and we went, took those maps and we gave it back to the chapter. The economic development, he can get or he designate or the bottom or so we gave those 24 locations to those chapters and we send it to them. And waiting to get feedback. Out of the 110 chapters, I think we only received I think 4 back. One was simply, you know, we had recommended 2 miles north of the intersection, 2 miles south, and then all the way to the National Park Service boundary going east. And so that's what we proposed. The chapter came back and says, no, we want to turn off the zone to go all the way up to the first side, not first side, Solana would turn on. Object or they go the airport road, go the hospital road, go from the elementary south towards Mount Green to the edge of the chapter boundary project. So your response was that. And then the rest we didn't get no response. Although this not like they know about quiet again. We're looking at a 750-foot buffer zone again. And all we really need to do is to develop the procedural aspects of it for 750-foot corridor, because that's what that legislation said. It said that RDC will designate a to develop those regulations or procedural guidelines or whatever. Make it actually go. And go to collect even again. It just said withdrawn, but it didn't say for what. So I think we just, if we just get that done, again, it's all for future and future roads and existing roads. And that's where all the lot of infrastructure is. And those are already cleared. And people knew they could develop there. They would get away from moving away from the infrastructure. And it's closer. I would. That might have been the forethought from our delegates back in 1950. I think I sit there as cable. I thought that you got. I can't be like for this. What I should have was either it is anything that I need to invite you then. And how that you got all got to stay back. It's all not on the city, they got to go. Take it as info is. So that termination. Do we need any consent in there, or we can take it out? Do we need to do the environmentals, that some of those questions have not been answered? It's already been done. But designated, it's done, according to the code. I believe that what Delegate Hall was the question was about getting that information or proposed regulation or procedural for a 750-foot corridor. I think we can tackle that. We've got some preliminary that we have done. And the reason we picked those 24 sites was that we use traffic numbers. They deal with the traffic numbers. Here's where all the traffic is done. That the agent is not saying, so that's right. They are that talking for a hot horse or that or so he decided not out of this path.
And that was really willing for your response. Delegate Claude, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Malone. So my recommendation, and I believe this is in line with our Madam Chair and my constituents, is to get a directive to have, a work session with RDC as well as DNR regarding the 750 corridor. And the reason was that I actually have legislation waiting. And that was to rescind the 750. And so I still have that in my hand, but I'm gonna give you more time. And if we can go ahead and get that work session, that would be my, request to get a directive.
It sounds like we're.
In addition to that, I believe that this legislation, RCX 51 85, does need to be, also looked at and amended. And the reason that I am saying that is when you go to cities such as Scottsdale, Sedona, they have requirements for landscaping and how the homes have to blend in. So I think that would be one of the things that we have to think about. And then we talk about fundamental law on the Navajo Nation. And in here, you know, I'm very surprised, we talk about fundamental law, but in here, adverse impacts under this particular legislation, it says, oh, Hogans. And so for a lot of our elders, they continue to live in Hogans, but yet we're considering this an adverse impact, especially along the canyon. So those are some of the things that I think need to be addressed. In addition to that, I would also like to amend the buffer zone and the moratorium to include the area going down Chinle Wash. And the reason why I would like to do that amendment is if you look on the FRF website, and this is particular to Chinle, out of 8.2 million that Chinle chapter is getting, 1,997,153 is going to earth and dam. Apparently that earth and dam means a berm. Another $1,150,953 is going to CYEP and PEP. So our chapter hires individuals and part of their duties, not for all, but some people to go out and monitor that berm. Another one that is affected in that area, Vendor Village. $37,743.69 in that flood zone that you talked about. And so another one regarding that wash area in 8095 road crossing, $217,490. So with all of this ARPA money, just for that canyon area specific, $3,403,339.69. In addition to that, when that flood happened, I dropped the legislation. Chinle chapter received $220,000 in emergency funds. In addition to that, another emergency funding under ARPA they're receiving is $250,500, totaling $470,500 in emergency funds, just specific to that flooding. So for me, you know, how do we do preventive measures and how do we educate our community that they should not be trying to develop home sites in that area? That is one recommendation that I'm gonna ask, is that we extend the moratorium so that we honor the lives and the safety of our people. We've had some homes that had structural damage, and then also we almost had loss of lives. So in addition to this discussion here today, that would also be a work session separate from the 750 corridor that I am requesting. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you, Hannah.
Wishing thank you, Honorable Claude, for the recommendation. And again, in regards to, recommendation by Honorable Claude, work session with Division of Natural Resources in regards to the 750 buffer. Again, I believe that Division of Economic Development would have to be at the table too, if we're talking about development. And also, to have Division of Community Development. One of the things that we have to be careful with the 750 buffer is that chapters, land use planning committee members have been planning their zoning within their areas of their interior chapter boundaries, and that might also pose a concern. Maybe I know that some of the chapters like Manuelito got their updated 5-year updates approved last week by Resource Development Committee. So to not have any confusion, I believe the Division of Community Development would also need to be at the table to work parallel with the amendments that will be made to the 750 buffer. Although the second recommendation required another work session in regards to the resolution that was passed RCN-51-85 to be amended to address the buffer zone and also the moratorium. And one of the recommendations through the future dialogue we're going to have on this is the chimney wash of it being in the flood zone, and to extend the moratorium in that area as well. With the recent activity, I believe last year, that chimney was impacted with the flooding. So with that, that would be the second work session. But in regards to what was brought up here to us today and the ARPA projects built out, I know that the Navajo Nation is pressed for a deadline to get funds encumbered, but I believe the bathroom addition side of it, which is parallel with water and wastewater, has already been encumbered and of $150 million under the ARPA money. So right now, we're only requesting individuals that are living within this buffer zone moratorium area to be granted be okay to get these infrastructure services. So we would need to schedule a meeting because it was mentioned by Mr. Colonna that, and it was a waiver for the right of way, but I believe it's going to have to be a more in-depth dialogue regarding the home site leases. Because as you all know, that we are trying to streamline the whole site lease process for individuals that have their names listed for water, wastewater, or electrical development with these ARPA dollars. So again, that will most likely have to we're experiencing some issues with that because again, we have to abide by the federal, regulations as it was mentioned by our legal counsel as well. So we would need to schedule this meeting immediately in regards to the folks that will be looking at the infrastructure services around the vicinity of the Canyon de Chelly area. Because I don't know how many are currently listed on HUA and NECA's listing to be recipients of the water and wastewater out in that area. So again, I don't know what dates you all have available, Mr. Colonna, for to discuss the issue you brought here before the clients, constituents there at Canyon de Chelly, number one. So reach out to Mr. Tommy and we'll go ahead and plan around our schedules, REC. Number two is to have a work session with DNR, DED, DCD in regards to the 750 buffer. And please bring the materials that were priorly discussed with prior leadership and just where the discussion was left off. Number three is amendments to RCS 51-85 regarding Canyon de Chelly buffer zone moratorium issues and what Honorable Claude had mentioned for a possible extension in the areas of the chimney wash as well. So those are the three, tasks that we would still have to, complete going forward. So I don't know if any other members of Resources Development Committee has any questions for Ms. Khan or Mr. Tony to add anything. Then, yeah. Any other questions? Honorable Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Perhaps at this work study that's being requested, I'm reading this, resolution that was approved in 1985. It speaks to, the joint management plan. Perhaps we could have that available at that time as well. So, thank you.
Okay, so, again, with the first meeting regarding the water and wastewater, homestead lease approvals for the recipients on planning shape to, have that joint management plan available. So if that can even be forwarded, that's way sooner, so at least it'll give us time to review the document as well. Okay, yeah, thank you for the recommendation, Chair Ness. Any other members with Resource Development Committee with questions? So with that, again, we do have 3 tasks that were outlined with some additional information that needs to be emailed to the committee prior to these work sessions. And so at this time, Mr. Khan, would you please take a roll call vote on accepting the report here?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports, item 5A. Honorable Shawna Clark, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Clark votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse, Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, and thank you, gentlemen, for your report. And I believe, both of you are on the next report. Item 100B, report for the Division of Natural Resources and the Conservation Land Department on the delegation of right-of-way and tribal access authorization, which will include information related to waivers of 25 CFR Part 69, including waivers of compensation. Again, we do have presenters, Mr. Malone and Mr. Tui. So I was hoping some of the other key stakeholders would be involved in this discussion too, like EPA, HPD, right, this fun? Or is this good?
We could get started and we might need the other individuals also. I don't know if they are available or not.
Okay. So, we did have a side discussion in regards to this topic, a couple of days ago, and one of the recommendations was to have HPD, EPA, GLAD, of course, we have Navajo Nation Land Department, and we wanted Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Ms. Black Hat. And then, we also have legal counsel here. We do have RDC. And we do have DNR here as a representative or division director for DNR. And the purpose of having these other departments here was to discuss some of the challenges and barriers that we're still faced with in regards to this. We wanted to hopefully come to a mutual, I'm going to say understanding among all the stakeholders so that we, go forward and getting the right of ways for the infrastructure that is very much needed and for funds have been allocated for a lot of these infrastructures here on Navajo Nation. Because again, I think a lot of this is relevant to our projects too as well. So even we wanted to have those other departments also at the table to be involved in this dialogue. That's why Mr. Malona. So, but at this time, we will go ahead and just start the dialogue in the hopes that your department managers will hopefully be available. I don't know if we have Ms. Black Hats on the call from Navajo Nation Department of Justice. If you are Ms. Black Hat, *6, but I believe because I believe that this has been a discussion that has been ongoing, and we need to rectify this issue so that we can get the next steps going on right away.
Good afternoon, our Madam Chair and members of RDC, Veronica Blackhead. I am on the line.
Shane, thank you, Ms. Blackhawk, for being a part of the call here this morning. So right now, I'd like to go ahead and allow this time to Mr. Halona and Mr. Tsui to give us a report with regards to the right-of-way and the TAA issues, and there's also, I guess, request for waivers, and I can have our legal counsel weigh in as well. And how do we strategize in going forward and getting this addressed? So it would take us, so Mr. Halona, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you, and for a 20-minute report starting at 12:02.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chairman of Resource Development Committee. I think it's just, you know, we have to do a really in-depth discussion and share with the committees and those that need to be present as to, you know, the challenges that we face. With the 24th council, we were, that time we were dealing with terrorists. We were directed to find the streamlined process and put it into action. And so that streamlined process that we probably heard a lot about was the one-stop shop. And since the 22nd council has been talking about the one-stop shop, find the streamlined processes on that level. And I could show you a flow chart that they were following in 2008. That this would, you take a look at that and it's like, oh my God, you know, no wonder it takes 10 to 12 years. And so we started looking at what can we change, what can we improve on. You know, it was really trying to get people to understand that to move forward, that we would have to change how we've been doing business. And of course, one of the big ones that took the long, that added to that timeline was BIA was still the approving and granting entity. And they still are for rights of way for non-navigable entities. They still are. And so we looked at even early on, looking at that right of way process, how do we make it faster? And at that time, RDC came up with a process just for NTUA at that time, because they still had to go through BIA. And at that time, they set it up to where the land department would be delegated to approve our NTUA rights of ways. So they wouldn't have to wait that on a fast track over to BIA to grant the right of way to NTUA. So that was kind of the beginning of delegations. And then as more delegations happened, as we start chipping away at that process. And when the Navajo Nation got the general leasing regulations approved by council, and then ultimately the Secretary of Interior approved the general leasing regulations in 2014, was finally when we were able to really make some changes to move things faster and quicker, because BIA was no longer in the approval process, the reviewing process. They were just in the recording process. Here's what we did, here's what was approved, so they could record it. And so when we were working through those processes, one of the changes that were made was the land withdrawal designation. And that was in 2015. Because land withdrawals, where we're having challenges with every chapter level. There was no really procedural process for land withdrawals. Some were recorded with BIA, some were. And so when development starts happening, a chapter would say, "Hey, I got so so then you go back and start looking for documents, and they might pull up a resolution that says land withdrawal or Head Start, X number of acres. But they didn't have no other documents, there was no legal survey for it. There was no archaeological report done at that time. No EA, because back then you still had to do EAs. For all of these land uses, you had to do an environmental assessment. And so we kept running to ADA, find an old survey that was done by community development under their planning and zoning department. They did a survey, cool quiet. Then there was no other supporting resolution. And then there was no deadlines. When they called it, so I just told them so those that was that been on there 20 years ago, it's still unused. So that's when the council, through the resource committee at the time, did the land withdrawal designation. And the biggest driver of that was New Mexico chapters. New Mexico chapters were losing a lot of state funding. The funds come down and then they get them. Then they start trying to do the land leasing side, getting the EA, the consent, all those things done. I get initial, and then the state clawed back the money that was happening. So that was one of the things was, how do we help these chapters? So we said, well, number one, we gotta give them site control. If we can find a way to do site control, then they're halfway there. So those land withdrawal regulations, it was very simple. You get the consent, a support resolution, get a survey plat done, and now that's a land designation for 5 years. And then after that, all you need to do is work on your biological and your archaeological survey. Then you get a full-fledged withdrawal because a chapter doesn't need a lease. They're a government entity. And so that's how those regulations were developed to help chapters get site control for those projects quickly, and for trustees to put their land use plan in order, and all at the goes up. So that was done in there, and I think it was Con asked about one time, where is it written that lands can be withdrawn under one consent for everything? It's in those regulations, it's in the land withdrawal legislation and those rules regulations. So when we started looking at how do we fix those, and so we really streamlined it. Now we went to the CARES Act. We need to get these projects done. It's going to be put on a fast track. What can we do? So the one-stop shop had already been in motion, because what we did, then we just did the electronically developed electronic process. So it was a one-stop shop. Everybody kept visioning to put everybody in one room, the archaeologist, the biologist, everybody in one room. So the project comes in, here, this just came in, you need to look at this, that type of concept. Well, we're trying to do that with electronic, because we tried the other way. People just didn't want to leave their office. They didn't want to leave the comforts of their apartments and come to one location. And so then we said, okay, let's do it electronically. And it took for a while, almost 2 years for them to accept the electronic process. I didn't even know it was. And that was the concept. So when we came back to the one-stop shop, it says, here it is, it needs to be legislated. And so we legislated the electronic process and the approval process. Because if you look at the old approval process, you had 5 legal reviews. We had a legal review at DNR, we had a legal review at DOJ, we had a legal review at general counsel, at president's office, and then it went to legal review when it got to RDC. And then after that, it went back to the president's office and we reviewed again before we approved it. So we had, how do we cut some of these down? And so in that one-stop shop legislation and that process, that led to the resource committee said, it's really just an administrative process. Here's the regulation, if you can't hold violation. As long as everything is done by those regulations, then the land department can approve the project. But if an applicant wants something like a waiver, I don't want to pay for this. This is how much it's a commercial project. This is how much is the effect. So that legal area, it all comes back to the resource committee. You guys decide if they get a waiver, if they get lower rent, higher rent, whatever it is, it comes back. But if it's assessed and they say, that's fine, we're good with it, then move to approval quickly. But in that part, that part we did, is the front part, I think Chairman, is usually talking about is that what we call the pre-development site. Any project comes in, if it's a utility company, so we want to run a line from here to over here. Okay, then they start. How long is it? Where is it at? They gotta get a legal survey done to show the line. Then an archaeologist then clears that line and says there's no art clearances, biological. You know, and that's what the biological part is what gets hung up. If it happens to be in habitat like here, you have rock mesa, everything. There's potential eagles. So you can only do the survey at certain times of the year. For some of the threatened endangered species, not only animals, but plants as well. So some of these plants are only visible during the spring for a very short period. So they won't do no survey to check and tell them. So meanwhile, Fish and Wildlife said, these are the species of concern. These are the plants of concern. You have to address all of these and say there's no impact. So a company hires a botanist, a zoologist, a biologist, hires these people and they do the whole survey, and then that's what they submit. This is what we did. This is the method that we used in our survey, and this is what we didn't find anything. And then the Fish and Wildlife says, okay, here's your biological resource compliance form, and they get that. For those guys, it gets over here to general land development. You put into the electronic system, which has a 10-day period now for approval. Then DOJ, one review, legal review, reviews it electronically, comes back, and it's either approved or moves to RDC for approval, either way. Because the way the delegation is set up, and they move forward. So it's this side that we're gonna have to deal with. And some of the ways that we would deal with it is that by now they should know COD is under this. The bathroom addition for Chin Lee, that's what we pulled it up and said, here's what they gave for bathroom addition. We had all homes, pinpointed, know exactly where they are, know how many are in the zones. Know how many. So knowing that we can take a look at, okay, what are their concerns? And so we have been, and I say we know the land department, trying to move this through and that's been the process, trying to really streamline. What are some ways? One way is how many times do we need to do a survey for the same area? I've got Coconut closely. The girls to do tissue field. They're kind of in the buffer zone. Could they do a 200, 300 foot buffer? Do we really need to get another arc clearance 100 feet from the last arc clearance that happened? I was joking with saying, any new Sussies moved there? Probably not. But we go back and we tell them, we're just automatically, we need to get an arc clearance. Instead of really looking at the location. If it's like that, that's why we're saying, if you put all the utility corridors next to the right of way fence everywhere, it's already done. The highway's already been cleared off. Why would we ask for another one again? But these outside companies that are providing these services, they love it, you know, like, we're gonna go do it again. They just pull out the whole report that every people done, put together, and submit it. That's what they're doing, because every once in a while you catch them, they forgot to take out a location maybe for somewhere else, and they left it in. But that's where you have to look at, how do we really look at the areas that need to be looked at. Fish and Wildlife has developed a map, probably as old as this legislation here back in the 80s, 90s, that you see now. The red zone, the blue zone, the purple zone, the gray zone of potential locations, not actually known. It could occur there, the habitat hasn't for it. It's got a cliff, there's a prey trace, all that, but nobody has actually went out there and really did the survey to say, no, this area doesn't have any of this. No, it's not. Oh, you have to that all the cop. That's kind of where we are with all our projects. So it's getting our biologists in, getting our archaeologists in, and start looking at some of these areas like the bathroom addition map. Where are the real concerns at? There shouldn't be if there are people that, again, we're putting bathroom additions at houses that our people are already living in. And what I did, you cannot hear about it's okay. You know how we cleared it out, we keep the brush down, you know, and we probably have dogs outside that chase every wildlife that comes within a half a mile of our house. So is there really an impact? I think we have to look at it from a logical sense. You know, scientific wise, it's even different. We have all this that was saying, Mike, if we did a quarter-mile buffer with all existing improvements, that's all the roads, all the water lines, all the utilities, all the homes, all the gas lines, all the transmission lines, all of it. You could do a quarter-mile buffer around all of those improvements where those budgets should be cleared. If we're out where nobody has ever grazed, nobody's ever lived anything, there could be, you know, there could be something there. So I think that's what we need to look at is programmatic agreements with our historic preservation, with our Fish and Wildlife department, and let them know and so that's kind of, you know, what I've already been telling them that we're slowly moving that, you know, there's fish back, we're kind of moving towards that. That the director's starting to kind of agree, because I said, right now, you're trying to look at every project and You know, we don't look good, we're stopping projects, we're in the way of projects. You know, it's the last thing we want to do. Is some people could have got essential service, but just because of what what we're calling potential. Protect will always be a concern. You know, and that's what it comes down to. You know, like those over human, which is, that's the argument that our constituents have. Discount. You know, we need stuff right now too. I'm not discount. And that's a, you know, it's a viable argument. And so, yes, there are tough decisions to make, tough calls to make. And I think we just need to make the decision and put the protocol into place and say, yeah, this is what we're considering. Right now, we got it to an eighth of a month. That's gonna help us in the future too. Area is gonna be hard to tell people, I don't live inside, oh, what about that? I don't know, based on that. Because it's based on K, but it's not old. That's still after 2026, that's still a tornado, it's not NATO late. $10 $100 But if you would move over here where the infrastructure is, 100 on that, huh? And I think that's how we need to start approaching that. And it's, you know, it's beneficial to the wildlife habitat, it's beneficial to grazing. You know, and the land disputes that are out there. So it all boils into not having any restrictions or guiding or to where they could get those services quicker, faster, and it's more beneficial to them. I think that Rosedale, come fix our road. So it's a hard decision to make, but I do agree that we need to collectively address this and say, this is what we're able to do. Even archaeology is able to do things and put a condition there that says, any findings, you automatically stop, then you have to come see us. Let us address it, mitigate it, whatever needs to happen before we move forward. I know. I think there are ways that we can address that. And if we fix this front part, that's what it costs a lot of time. Then this other part we've already fixed. Once we get it, the approval is quicker. We have that. It's the front part. And it's nothing new because right now BIA does what we call CADEX, categorical exclusions, based on the location or finding of no significant impact. They do that. We have the ability to do the same thing under the general leasing regulations. The environmental reviewer has been given that authority. But they're a separate department. And the others are separate departments too, where they can't say, this is what we're gonna do because it's close to this highway. So there is no impact. There's no significant impact. And I think we haven't done that. We just kind of been stuck in within our current stuff. We need a biological stuff. Now it's the consent is now being addressed. Now we're telling them you need a consent, even though that house has been there for 40, 50 years. Even though their grandparents are one that gave consent, I told one in there. Oh, no, that was a consent. But now, you know, we're going back to, what did you go 定你的非法的，为什么是？啊，那个这个问题，为什么？And that's kind of what we're put ourselves into. So I think we have to really discuss it, address it, and move forward, because these deadlines that are not fixed for us, we inherited these deadlines. And we're being pressured. I'm being pressured from my boss saying, we need to get these things done. We need to spend this money. And we're over here pushing it, and I think that way, title. And we hold the agreement that this is how we're gonna do it, and everybody says, this is what needs to change for the benefit of our people right now. And that's what the ARPA money was for. Because that's why we lost a lot of our people. They didn't have the running water, they didn't have sanitation. That's what the restaurant addition, it's a health issue that we're talking about. It's a health issue that we're talking about. David, I think that's what we do, and I appreciate your leadership as to, we need to address this. It needs to be looked at. What can we do? We've got that programmatic agreement pretty much drafted on what we'd like to see, what we think is worthwhile, and it's just everybody having to say, "Oh, I'm able to," and agree that they'll support it. We can do it this way, or we can support it.
Regime can have Mr. Lorna for your report. So at this time, I'd like to request if I may or can get a motion to accept the report, Honorable Chair Nez. May I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. So at this time, I'd like to allow our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, to share some information in regards to prior, council's delegation to land department, and just bring some of the members of RDC up to speed in regards to where this dialogue ended with possibly even the 24th council or even going back. So Ms. Khan.
Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee, I've been conferring with my colleague, April Finn, and she will, start us off on this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mariana. I think what part of the reason for this report was to hear about potential waivers that may be required under these delegations, including waivers that may relate to the art projects. I think primarily so we know what could be coming RDC's way, just so we have a better sense of kind of what's going on and who is requesting waivers. And if so, what are they requesting waivers of? Compensation, bonds, or whatever. And then also what is sort of concerning to the Office of Legislative Counsel is that we are hearing reports that companies are approaching potentially the Land Department or GLAD and maybe in DOJ, that companies are asserting that the Land Department was actually delegated the authority to provide waivers of 25 CFR Part 169. And so, we have raised that concern with the Resources and Development Committee. Because I think, I don't want to state a position for our Office of Legislative Counsel, but we don't believe that sort of delegation was included in the TAA or delegation for other rights of way. And if companies are approaching the Land Department, asserting that they do in fact have the right to provide waivers, then I think that creates uncertainty and it's ambiguous and
if that's the case, then, you know, RDC may have to clarify that the committee in fact has retained the right to provide any potential waivers that may be requested by a company. So we're just kind of wondering, okay, are there companies approaching land department, asking for these waivers and any additional information that can be provided today? So thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Quinn, for your question, and Mr. Bologna, the information that's being requested is, so the presentation is, there's some waiver requests, I believe, that might be on the table at an elevation land department. If you can provide the waiver requests from what companies, and again, here there's waivers for certain areas such as bonding, etc. You can just share that, and then for what projects and from what entity or companies waivers are being requested. So in hopes that that will direct our legal team to make a better decision going forward as to how we will be working with these waivers.
Thank you, Madam Chair, on the Resource Committee. When I was with the Land Department, we never told any company that they could get a waiver from the Land Department. Because we know that the only entity on that road that can give a waiver is RDC. And so they have maybe asked for waivers, and county got to go to RDC. The only company or only entity that I'm aware of that says they're going to come to RDC for a waiver is HPO. Sites. So, due to the deadline of some of these funds that came down for broadband, some of the companies that are some recipients of these funds, Sacred Winds, Cell One, some of these other companies that are getting fiber and stuff out there, or E-Rate. E-Rate's another one. You know, I've seen them out there, they're trenching, they don't have rights of ways. Land has gone out and verified it, and you know, and so we and those are kind of where you probably start getting companies to come talk to them about somehow getting the waiver to be able to move things faster and quicker because they waited so long. And for E-Rate, it's very clear that those services are directly only to schools, libraries, chapters. And so once they get out there, then they want to commercialize it from there to the rest of the community. And they're wanting to do that under the E-Rate aspects. But when you look at E-Rate in their funding applications and the information guidelines, it said that E-Rate that they could use also the money for rent or leases. So, but because it's going to educational facilities, to chapters and so forth, I don't know, I don't think they've been assessed. And minerals, we could have minerals that are needed if we need to, because if people came to them and they did an assessment, then as a result of that assessment, they might be asking for waivers. And I'm aware Myron had an emergency to go take care of, so he left, but we can look to see, and we'll ask land department and general land development and minerals, which companies are they talking with, or they have approached them for waivers, Then that will give us, additional information and for what type of implications do they want, waivers for. Even for commercial, if somebody wants to, give services to, a new convenience store or the commercial hookup, they may be commercial hookup from the right of way to the location and service line being that. Sometimes they want a waiver for them. Or those counties that come back to RDC, for a waiver. So if there's anything different about waivers, we would be able to know that. Now, as far as Eastern on allotments, the Navajo Nation has interest in many of those allotments now, as the interest holder. So they're required to cross an allotment, and the Navajo Nation is an interest holder. They will come and ask for a waiver of compensation to cross the allotments that we have interest in. And again, what I provided guidance to Mr. Bitso on is that what is it for? What's the use? If it's going to be to families, then I said, yeah, we don't ask for compensation on those. But if it's something else, like a solar project and so forth, then we ask the company, have you done the appraisal? What's their value? And then we still go to minerals and ask them for their assessment of that. And then we come back and that's the compensation we tell them that we need based upon the assessment done by our minerals department. And the reason for that is that, we're all adoptees, and the Navajo Nation may hold 40%, but you're all adoptees as well. And what some companies have done is they'll come to Navajo Nation and try to get the compensation waived. So they can tell their other adoptees, Navajo Nation is consented without no compensation. We don't want to do that to the rest of the adoptees. So we pretty much ask for a compensation, and whatever we get, they should afford that to other adoptees and not at a lower rate than what they're asking the nation to pay. And we work with Mr. Jerry DeGrove over at Eastern. He's processing all those documents anyway. And, he'll let us know that we really got a good rate for the adoptees on their compensation for whatever project it is, gas lines or whatever renewals that may be happening across those. But in those cases, we always request for compensation and bond waiver, bond waiver for the adoptee. And fire, I told them, we don't do no bond waivers, because, that's protection to the adoptees, not only the nation, but the rest of the adoptees. If they pull out, they do something, they didn't finish it, at least there's a bond to correct it. So in those cases, those are just on the consents or the interest that the Navajo Nation holds in those allotments. So I don't know if that's where they're kind of getting the two different. Eventually work with Rowena and Minerals a lot to get those evaluations. So they get those projects back out to those companies that are crossing the allotments. Anyway, with that, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Malone for your response. So Going back to our legal counsel, does that pretty much clarify the questions that we had in regards to the right of way waivers, and I believe the request is from NTUA, and again, Mr. Malone did expound on the Indian allotment issue as well, because now the nation holds interest to a lot of the Indian allotment, so that I left with them many years ago. So, I don't know if you want a follow-up.
Yes, I have a follow-up question. With regard to, the second resolution, which RDC, authorized, the land department to approve, wholly owned Navajo entities, right-of-way issues. With regard to that, are you getting requests for waivers of compensation with regard to any of the Navajo Nation wholly owned entities?
Yeah, Ms. Khan, Mr. Halota?
That's probably regarding the TAA process. In that legislation, I think it states that, for commercial projects, then there'll be compensation, and, that will go to RDC. That compensation, it comes back before RDC.
Ms. Khan, does that clarify? Follow-up?
What about with regard to non-commercial compensation?
Non-commercial, it's been standard that if it's servicing the residents, serving government entities, chapters, hospitals, schools, non-commercial use, then, we never assess them, a fee.
Madam Chair, Mr. Halon, I see no language in the delegation resolution that authorizes the land department to forego compensation in the areas that you are describing. I was under the impression that it just has the right of ways, any request for waiver of compensation and such was to be presented to the Resources and Development Committee for the Resources and Development Committee to approve or disapprove a request for TAA waiver of compensation. And I am reading of the resolution of the resolution of CEO which authorizes the land department of revenue to provide in either commercial or non-commercial situation.
Ms. Khan, and again, I believe that the document was emailed out to the committee. So that Ms. Khan was referencing. So Mr. Halota, back to you for a response in regards to the delegation via RDCS-21-22 that Ms. Khan is referencing the document.
Could you read that portion to me?
Ms. Khan, you want to go ahead and read the section that you are referencing?
Let me see. April, would you email that to Mr. Halona, the resolution we're talking about? And with regard to resolution RDC JN-17-20, and this is approving the delegation of authority to the department manager of the Navajo Department to grant travel access for right-of-ways. These are two Navajo nations, independent legal entities, wholly owned by the Navajo Nation. And with regard to the findings in that particular resolution, it does start off to say that paragraph E That's on page 2 to 4. The Resources and Development Committee, through this resolution, will rescind RCD-104-10 and RDCS-97-17, both of which pertain only to NTUA. Rescinding RCD-0104-10 and RDCS-97-17 will make the right-of-way process uniform to all the above-mentioned independent legal entities wholly owned by the Navajo Nation, and those particular resolutions which were presented by the Resources and Development Committee through this 2020 resolution are attached as exhibits C and D. And the first one is on page 12 of 30 here, and that is specifically regarding NTA's right-of-ways, and that particular definition was rescinded so that all of the Navajo Nation entities would be treated the same way. And the second resolution D is on page 22. And this is with regard to NTUA, the commercial waivers for compensation. And that is in the findings. And then when we go through after the findings, we have after page 2, there's nothing in section 4 with regard to approval of rules and regulations that says anything about waiver of compensation. And the same thing with section 6 on page 3, there's nothing with regard to waiver of compensation by the TAAs. And exhibit A then proceeds to give the procedures and my review of that exhibit A rules and regulations. I see no authority to the land department to waive compensation. And if you would have time to, at a later point, to review that yourself, and then maybe we can bring it up again and discuss it here. But I myself find no reference, and of course it could be misreading, but other than pointing out what I can in a particular case where waivers or the approval to delegation to approve waivers of
Again, I was on the verification, Mr. Maloney.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chairman of the Committee. A little bit confused as to exactly what is it that you're asking? I believe you authored this whole legislation, Ms. Park. You developed that whole legislation for the Resource Committee. Developed it, so I'm not sure. What you're asking that we're giving waivers, that we're not, we're giving waivers to companies that shouldn't be. I guess we back up also. I don't remember the resolution number right away, but it had to have been the 22nd or the 23rd Council Resource Committee. Delegate Jonathan Perry signed that legislation. And it goes back to why those legislations that were waiving into a project. One was that other companies felt it was unfair and that it treated everybody the same. So RDC had a meeting in Standing Rock asked that NTUA and Navajo Nation make a decision on how they're going to handle the commercial compensation aspect and then report back. We never really had a meeting in, the RDC, trying to tell them, we haven't really discussed it, and so the 11th hour RDC has said, since you guys can't come up to a compromise on how, because NCUA did not want to pay the excess rates. We do, have mineral assessed for right of ways. They get a value on how much the nation is waiving. Give us an idea of how much that the nation contributes towards the project from the right of way standpoint. And so when we came back, the RDC just said, okay, we've given you ample time to come up, and you haven't come up with a number that you can agree to. So we're to say 50%. 50% is what NCUA will be assessed on all commercial projects. Right. That went on, and so some of those rights that we went back to NCUA, and they said we're not going to pay it because the legislation doesn't say for NCUA. Doesn't say that. So, you know, so when we went back and then we looked at, again, to streamline, we made recommendations to the Department of Interior that the nation should have approval authority over rights of ways. So they came back and said, okay, well, we'll only give you be able to do that if you develop regulation for 100% owned tribal entities. Which meant NCUA, NECA, NHA, many of these others, that they didn't have to do a formal right of way or BIA to approve. They could do tribal access authorization. And that would approve prior to CARES. And we got it through the process. CARES hit, but we kept moving digitally, and we're able to get that to RDC and probably this early summer of 2020, when we got the TEA regulations done. And that's what you're reading from that legislation as to how we're going to handle the approval process for all Navajo entities. And so in that process, so what I'm understanding is that you want all the projects to impact the RDP. That's no problem. But the contradicts the one-stop shop legislation that it will be handled through the one-stop shop process for approval. So I think we need to come to an understanding that what area of waiver do you want the land department not to be waiving? Maybe that needs to be spelled out. Like I said, it's for residents, government entities, hospitals, schools, non-commercial entities. All of our gas line, compressor area, those sub-pumps that they have, those are commercial operated. Telecom towers are commercial operations. You know, so I think we get a better understanding of what that concern is, so we can address it and either fix it or know what land department should and should not be approving under the condition. Then I think that would be a way to address that.
Mr. Malona. So at this time, I'm just listening back and forth some of the questions that are being posed by our legal counsel here with legislative in regards to a lot of the, past, legislation that have been passed by the Resources Development Committee, I think there needs to be a more in-depth, refined language provision as to what we really want to get out of, the TAA and who is, going to be under the TAA version. I think we understand, the Navajo Nation fully owned, entities versus the actual right of way for non-natives or non-Navajo. So with that, I know that this, supposed to have been discussed prior. And I believe we need to take it back to that level. Right now, I'm looking at our schedule, the Resource Development Committee schedule is pretty much, committed, fully next week. We also are looking into the, week of November the 20th. So members of Resource Development Committee, I'd like to recommend, if we're leaving council here, that we really need to sit back down and this hopefully going to be the last meeting to address which direction we're going to go in terms of TAA right away and what waiver options or what waiver limits would the Navajo Nation Land Department off of the delegation that was granted to the department manager be allowed to waive or in such areas of some waiver, what waiver levels do these particular right of ways come back before Resource Development Committee. So we really need to distinguish this more specifically so that we're not confusing companies or enterprises or entities of the Navajo Nation and even our staff that are working with this, because one of the big concerns right now is we have U.S. Treasury on our back. When are we going to expend these funds and how much of these funds are we going to expend? We were appropriated funds that were allocated for broadband infrastructure development. We got water, wastewater, where a lot of the constituents still don't have this type of basic necessity in their homes or even electric. And we really need to get down to this because we did set a hard deadline with Division of Community Development. And hopes that they meet the deadline to pretty much tell us by hopefully February or March how much money is not going to be committed or encumbered for some of these project build outs that chapters have proposed. So again, we are in a very unique and very unsensitive situation. So at this time, looking at the calendar that was provided to us for Resource Development Committee for the month of November. It appears that, and I know that it's supposed to be holiday, we're supposed to spend time with family, but, and again, we are trying to address the issue for our constituents. So, I don't know how my members and legislative staff feel that maybe we could have a dialogue on November the 20th and bump that special meeting to the 21st in hopes that we come to some sort of a remedy on the 20th of November. So I'm going to go ahead and ask for input.
Madam Chair, members of the Regional Development Committee, that is the week that I am myself on for the family visiting, leaving the area.
Okay. Okay, so again, I'd like to, really,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Office of Legislative Counsel will be available the first 2 days of that week.
First 2 days?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, since a lot of the question is coming from, in terms of, legal counsel in regards to language provision, the legislative council is not going to be available Is available,
21st.
okay, so you're available and, okay, that's good. And Kisha, members of RDC, are we available on the 20th of November? Rodney, is that okay to bump that special meeting to the 21st?
Yes. Madam Chair, members of RDC, by consensus, we can move the meeting from the 20th to the 21st. Just keep in mind that this tends to happen every time around the holidays. Speaker's office or the office of the president tend to grant or extend holidays when they're approaching, and once those orders come out, we would have to cancel again. So just keeping all of that in mind. And to provide additional information, that the following week, RDC by consensus, since RDC could cancel the travel to Washington DC, will be in Washington DC the last full week in November. Now, if we look at December's calendar, Office of Legislative Counsel will be closed on December 4th and 5th. So an RDC will have its regular meeting on December 6th. The next available date with nothing scheduled on would be December 7th and 8th. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Okay, yeah. So, I'd like to hear from my colleagues, how, you know, in terms of, the scheduling the date. I know that, the week of November the 20th appears to be, open right now. And we really do need to address this topic, and the other one is also the whole site piece. And I just thought that we could have that discussion parallel with the TAA right away, because those are the main two barriers that right now NECA, NTUA, Land Department are facing. How do we address this going forward for the ARPA projects to be built? Because we have individuals that have been identified, and at this point, Land Department having to give an okay on the art site and biological, I guess, consent, to our understanding that there has been some non-feasible responses that were given back to NECA and NTUA. So that also is an area that I feel is a big challenge right now to hurdle over. So do you want to go ahead and schedule November the 20th and have our special meeting on the 21st? I got an okay from Vice Chair Disha on the roll clock.
On the 21st, my daughter is graduating, so I will not be here.
Okay, congratulations to your daughter. And I think you should have some of the other members on, Jared has. The 20th is going to be just, the work session continues with particular dialogue, subject matter, along with the home site. Automating that the 21st is going to be slated for the special RDC meeting.
The 20th, I should be okay. The 21st, I'm not available. Like, Mr. Cotton said, we are leaders. Yes, we also have families that we tend to, and therefore people start planning for their holidays when they start coming in. Our children are coming in from elsewhere, where they're going to school or the armed forces, and families really want to start, they start shopping and, for the holidays like that. So 21st, I'm not available. The 20th, be able to do that. And I don't think anything. And with a lot of our issues here, Chair, I think maybe this is a very important issue. We've been trying to schedule meetings here and there. What we can do is do the best we can. Just like today, our colleagues are excused. They're on business in DC and elsewhere. So I'm supposed to provide a report today at 3 o'clock for one of my chapters. They're really asking me to come, and I can't even do that because I'm here. And it would be great, and I don't think when we start looking at our calendars, what time we meet, I have been talking, RDC, so we need to come together as chair and vice chair. Both of you really need to encourage the committee to tell them, be on time. The committee's work is a priority over chapters. So more than likely, I'm gonna miss my report this afternoon for the chapter because I'm here. So Vice Chair was here early before me, so I got here about 22, and I appreciate that. And this is what we do. A lot of the issues that come before us are very important. And we sometimes, if we could just have a quorum to discuss these issues, that's good. But we all need this very important information related to rights of ways and tribal access authorization. For the rights of way, we gave the authority to the land department director up till the 31st of December 2026. And after that, it could be reconsidered by RDC prior or at that time. So these are our economic issues. So you asked me a question and I'm going off being long-winded here, and I apologize for that. But I'm just letting you know, and we need to be mindful and be respectful of other committee members' times as well. I would think that the 21st, I'm not going to be available. 20th, I can be here wherever you guys want to schedule. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Honorable Chair Nez for that. And so with that, I'd like the members of RDC to be present. So what I would like to do is request if we can have the TAA and right-of-way dialogue with the other departments that were mentioned at the beginning of this presentation on the morning of November 20th. But in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, continue with the special RDC meeting. Would that be okay? Mr. Toddy, changing the time from 10 to 1 p.m. Okay.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, did keep in mind that Delegate So did indicate that he will not be available during that time also. So, or a short one member, so just establish quorum, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I kindly request the members of Resources Development Committee that this is a very important issue. As a matter of fact, this was a special meeting that was planned already this past Friday, and I noticed that we only have 3 members of RDC available, which will constitute the quorum, so we had to schedule or cancel that meeting. But going forward, again, Honorable Chair Nez and Vice Chair Johnson are always emphasizing to be early to these meetings because we know that these RDC meetings are every Wednesday of every week throughout the year at 10 a.m. And again, I do a few minutes late, so there's times that I do show up early. Since I'm pro tem speaker this week or Madam Speaker Curley, it's always, trying to offer run around the speaker's office for any updates and whatnot. So I do appreciate that. So we'll go ahead and continue this dialogue slated for Monday, November the 20th. And I'd like to start at I want to say 8 a.m., but I gotta have respect for my colleagues that travel, maybe 9 a.m. that morning, in hopes that we have a 3-hour dialogue where we're able to come to some mutual agreement as to how we're going to go forward with this TAA right away. And Mr. Malloy, if we can just bring the specific information of what the real request is, and how maybe some recommendations with prior legislation, so that our legal counsel will be readily available this time to make a response to the waivers and some of the information that was required by legal counsel that poses a concern right now in regards to the waivers, so that it will assist our legal counsel in drafting the legislation more thoroughly and hopefully meeting a lot of these requests going forward. And not only that, but get these TAAs or right-of-way requests going for our marketing projects. So, and then we'll go ahead and go to the afternoon at 1 o'clock to start our, REC special meeting on the 20th of November, so that we could have members of Resources Development Committee, so you can please walk out that day. I sincerely do appreciate it, John, talking about training people. Oh. So, so, with that, any other questions on members of Resources Development Committee or Legal Counsel? Then, yeah. So, with that, we'll go ahead and, stagger that schedule as such. Mr. Bullen, again, thank you so much for being here, and presenting here to the Resources Development Committee. So with that, Mr. Fani, would you please take a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for receiving reports, item 5B. Honorable Shauna Inclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Inclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Don't get rid of this, vote screen.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excused. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Excused. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Motion, thank you, Mr. Fani, for that, so motion carried. So on to the item letter C on our new, agenda. Report from the McKinley County Roads Administration and bridges being placed on the Tribal Transportation Improvement Program, TTIP planning list. We do have presenters, Rodney Schurzig, who is the road superintendent. I apologize if I pronounced that wrong. Liz Thompson, who's the administrative assistant of the King County Roads Department. Brandon Powell, who's the planner for Northwest New Mexico Council of Governments, and I hope that we have now those part of transportation present here. Okay, so we do have a representative from PennDOT here, so if you can please take the seat up here, and we will allow, we usually allow 20 minutes for a presentation in regards to the report that you'd like to give, and also maybe PennDOT's, take a seat next to the stakeholders of the Community County Roads Administration as well. So I will go ahead and yield the floor over to you at 1:13 p.m. Please introduce yourself and give it a thought, and then state your name and then title, and then what needs to be for the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and RDC members. My name is Rodney Schurzig. I am McKinley County Road Superintendent. And with me is Linnea Thompson. Passing out the paper. She's our right-of-way agent. And I've got Brandon Howe. He is doing most of the work on these bridges. He's the Northwest Region Council of Government, and I'm going to let him do the presentation. He's got all documents needed.
Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to what time it is right now. Madam Chair, and members of the RDC, it is a pleasure to present to you guys today. This is all 3 of us our first time presenting to this community, and so what we have in front of you is basically a list of McKinley County bridges. A lot of them are toward the part of our community. What we're hoping to do is get that bottom section and the back page put onto the Navajo Division of Transportation Improvement Plan list. Reason being is we are strategizing a funding opportunity to secure funding for construction and planning of bridges. However, the funding that is available is only accessible by tribal entities. We have been working with Daryl Bradley and Mr. Willie closely, so they are familiar with this list. I believe in the past, Mr. Bradley has brought the first 10 bridges up on this list to the RDC to be added to the TTIP already. But really, we're focused on the second 10 and then the back page. The reason why we separated these into groups was, the first 10 are really high priority bridges throughout the county. These had poor condition ratings based on state inspections.
And we secured Navajo, chapter resolutions to support kind of the recommendation to get this on it. Just last week, we sent Daryl Bradley the second, group of resolutions, again, to be added to the TTIP. And we're in the process now of requesting, resolutions from chapters for the moving bridges on the side. We also separated these two groups of bridges because McKinley County has secured funding for design. So we're working towards getting these ready for construction. NDOT has funded the design of the first 10, those should be wrapped up by the end of the year. NDOT also funded the design of the next 10, the county's doing services right now. So, by the end of June, maybe somewhere around summertime of next year, we will have 20 bridges in the county, in Navajo chapter 3. Ready for production level is always going to depend on. So we have been partnering with the Division of Transportation to find a mechanism to access those funds. Work again closely with Mr. Bradley. And really on presenting the strategy at 3 work sessions in the last 2 months, just to outline the strategy, talk with the EIA, talk with the HW, and put the plan in place so that we know what we need to do to even become eligible for these funds. At the end of the day, the applicant, it would be the Navajo Nation because it's set aside money for tribal entities through federal housing administration. But McKinley County has started the process for this time of getting design funded, getting right away packages put together, packaging applications. That's going to be kind of our collaborative effort. But at the end of the day, it needs to go to the division of transportation to that. So without being included to the TTIP, we can't even consider some of these funding opportunities through the federal government. So with that, I mean, I know we've tried collaborative approaches in the past. We had a transportation forum. NDOT, EIA, without those meetings on a number of topics, bridges, whether it's data, GIS mapping, understanding jurisdictions. So even approaching this transportation piece in the county is a collaborative effort with the Division of Transportation. So really, we understand that Mr. Bradley has to bring the TTIP to your committee for approval prior to getting that over to the state. So he's ready to amend that, update that TTIP. We hope that these bridges be added to the list. Again, the first 2 sections are construction, back sections, and that we have.
Go ahead, Mr.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Committee. My name is John Gay. I'm with the NWOT. My title is the GS Supervisor, and I also do an intern for the Workforce Management. John Gay.
Okay, so that concludes your presentation.
Yes, we're really just kind of putting this out to the audience, hope you guys understand what we're asking for. We were hoping that Mr. Williams was going to be able to join us today to present this, and we appreciate the last minute agenda item. And we would look forward to possibly attending the next meeting to have this in front of you again, and also have Daryl Bradley or someone in his office to help us with formal presentations. At the end of the day, Mr. Bradley should be more requesting these added to the TTIP, but for the meantime, these are the things that we're working on collaboration with NDOT, and there are across various communities across the county, from the east side all the way to the west side. Also, to provide history that the rivers are of concern and kind of find every avenue for replacement.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, Resource and Development Committee, may I get a motion to accept the report? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second? Second. Honorable Guam. So at this time, members of Resource and Development Committee, the presenters here did pretty much highlight, the proposed project. So I don't know if any of the members have any questions or comments to make at this time. Honorable Clark.
Good afternoon, and thank you for providing the list. And my question is, do you have the map that you can provide of where these bridges are located? Therefore, we can see which communities they are in, and then also just which routes they're on. So if I could have that provided, that would just be my only recommendation. Thank you.
So if they were classified under the law, are you able to provide a map at this time in regards to the location of, I believe, projects 1, 2, and then the last projects on the backside?
Madam Chair, Ms. Claw, we have a map up there now, that is really the first 10, just to highlight, because we were kind of chipping away at this, right? You know, as the more we met, that it's the way you guys, and started to really figure out, okay, this is, we need to start with it. Well, we do more, still funding is there, funding is available, let's try to get everything on it. But Renee and Rodney and the county's GIS team, I believe, already have an interactive map that we can share with you guys. It could be PDF form printed out, or it could be an interactive map that you guys.
You have a map, Renee has worked really hard on it. I helped her to show her where the bridges are. She put everything on the drive, we can send it to you. It shows every bridge on every road, the road number, and what chapter or district they're in. And the reason, just to go over a few things, some of these bridges are 50 years old, they're old Vietnam, Korean War bridges. They're condemned with lead paint, and one of them has lead paint on it. They've reached the end of their lifetime, they were never meant to be permanent bridges anyway. The state does inspections on them. The maintenance on them is getting more to cost than whether the bridges are replaced. Some of them have been condemned already, some are on borderline, some are in four. They're on the state list and they're on the National Bridge Inventory list. That's why they will qualify for money with Brandon's help and Darrell Brandon's help. And we're not asking them. It's 100% fundable what we're doing here. Get these bridges done.
Well, I appreciate that. Dr. Plum, do you have a follow-up?
Just a follow-up comment. I just want to thank you for thinking of our Navajo community first. I know you mix it with other tribes and there are opportunities out there, but you thought about our Navajo families first, especially for the terrain that they have to endure. And then also thank you for really taking that initiative to look for additional funding through the Department of Transportation. And we are going to support this initiative. It's going to be exciting to see a lot of those families get the bridges and also our school buses. That's a really important thing. So thank you for taking our students' education into a priority, and then also for the work that you're doing in your patients here today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Plum. So with the recommendation that was made here, providing maps number 1, if you can just go ahead and email it to Mr. Tahi. Then Mr. Tahi can go ahead and disseminate that to the members of Resources and Development Committee. One of the other areas is I did request Deputy Division Director Spoman to come in and be part of this dialogue in hopes that as a Deputy Division Director that the consideration and adding some of the proposed projects to the TTIP under the Division of Navajo Division of Transportation would be very doable. So at this time, I don't know if Mr. Begay, you work closely with Mr. Bradley and with the projects that were given here on this sheet on the front and the back side. If NDOT has been in close dialogue with McKinley County So I just wanted to pose that question. Then if not, then the next step here would be to invite the Department of Transportation, since we are their oversight, and get updates on the T-tip, because my understanding, the prior resource and development committee from the 24th council, at the end of last year, they had approved the T-tip plan. So in terms of the period that particular plan was approved, and what is the probability of some of these plans, the top 10 were they in there, I don't know. And if not, then what is the strategy going forward of possibly amending that T-tip? So Ms. Brigade, I don't know if you could just share some information with us. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Kennedy. Just real quick, unfortunately, Bradley is out, not feeling well, so he's not here today. And yet, WOT has been working very closely with the McKinley County from the beginning, including some of the chapters. There was a series of meetings that took place before we started generating this list. So I guess we've been involved in the discussion from various stages. And we'll continue to work closely with McKinley County in submitting these and updating to T-tip. So basically what's going to happen is when the list was first developed, it was provided WOT. And then from there, WOT provided that list. When it gets to that stage, it's called illustrative list. The illustrative list is provided to a federal highway. Federal highway will look at it and say, okay, it looks good. And so they'll give it back to us, WOT. And then from there, we'll start looking at the list and see when or how we can continue to work with that in the county and work towards moving towards adding these projects to the T-tip. So right now, the about 2023, the ones that has been approved, it's programmed for 5 years. So when we add these projects in there, it's going to have a ripple effect. It's going to change the T-tip. So we're possibly looking at the FY 2024 update to include the list that's going to be going on T-tip right now. One of the aspects that we're looking at is the design, which McKinley County is already working on, which is good. So when we put it on T-tip, it's primarily going to be for construction, as they already have funding from NFBOT for the design and preliminaries. So when it gets to T-tip, it'll be for construction.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Brigade, for that information. And again, we will be working towards now and then 2024, because we really don't want to impact the 2023 plan that was already approved by our prior colleagues, our predecessors in the 25th or 24th nomination Resource Development Committee. And again, in regards to these structures that are out in the New Mexico area, I really do sincerely appreciate McKinley County always having to take that initial step to work with not the communities, McKinley County sector. And also my hats off to the New Mexico Department of Transportation in regards to the District 6 office out in the lawn and all this work. I know that there was a gentleman there that had recently retired, it was always great to work with him. And I know that a lot of these bridges are like single lane, and I believe that school districts refuse to cross over these bridges, which, you know, impacts an alternative longer route for our kids to be on the bus and then to get home. So even like the ambulance and the structures aren't really sound as they initially were when they were first installed. So again, thank you to NDOT staff. So eventually we will be just getting a report here from NDOT possibly within the next 2 months as to looking at what projects they're pursuing, foreseeing for the 2024 T-tip planning. So we'll definitely share this list with them, and I believe Mr. Brigade got a list of this too as well. And again, thank you for bringing this forward for RDC here this afternoon, and we definitely will consider that. And when department or NDOT comes to RDC, we'll definitely see if some of these projects have been earmarked in their TTIP planning. Any other members of RDC review questions right now? Okay, going once, back to you.
Madam Chair, one of the things that is a little tricky with this process is we understand that the TTIP is a fiscally constrained list, right? But the access to the funds, you know, I don't know if it's even possible to have a listing on the TTIP and just have $0 allocated to the project. Because we're not asking for NDOT money on the TTIP, we're just asking to be on the TTIP so we can access the side, you beneficiary, and so.
Federal Highway Administration.
We understand that we don't want any NDOT money, we just want to be on the NDOT list. To access the beneficiary funds. So when it comes like going off numbers or when it be off, that's not what we're trying to do, we just want to put it on the list so we can check that box and say we can go actually apply for it, because we can apply for anything.
Okay, so that does clarify everything. So I'm most certain that there is that high probability is the one that was recently passed. So we would probably, not probably, we would have to work with NDOT to make those changes because there was a legislation that was dropped and screwed for 2023, but we can definitely work with NDOT leadership to make those amendments and put projects in there. So do you have anything else in closing, or do you think that's the best recommendation to go at this time just to add these projects, because they're not asking for dollar amount. They just want, I guess, Federal Highway Administration to know and learn that these projects are on Navigation's TTIP project list.
Added to what Gemma said, so basically the way it's gonna work is there's gonna be dollar amount on the TTIP. The reason why is we're basically asking for bridge funding from the USDOT. So there's a bridge funding that's set aside for tribes to replace or build new bridges or repair. So there's a separate bridge funding than the regular TTIP funding. So this bridge money it requires TTIP. It makes sure it's in the tribe's TTIP. But there's gonna be a dollar amount in there because we're asking for construction money. So right now they're doing the design to have money, but they're asking for construction money. And so we're tapping into that bridge funding that's available to tribes. And so there's gonna be, I don't know, I'll say $1 million for this bridge, 800,000 for this bridge. It's gonna be dollar amounts gonna be on bridge funding. So that we're asking bridge funding money. So right now they got money from NMDOT, they're doing the design. So we're asking for construction money, so there will be dollar amount in there, and it's coming from the federal highways. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so at this time, I know that our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, has always been a part of this dialogue in regards to TTIP. So right now, NDOT is saying that there has to be a dollar amount that is affixed to this these projects that are here before us that were submitted from the King County. And how do we best go forward and how do we address this? So right now, Ms. Khan, I'd like to go ahead and see how we can approach this, because right now from the King County, the request is just to add the projects that are listed here, the first 10, the next 10, and then I guess like about 15, close to 21 projects that will be requesting for bridge replacement. So since the TTIP was already passed by NDOT last year, going forward, 2024 most likely will be coming when?
Madam Chair, RC, the process usually starts in January with the public outreach, public hearings. In the past couple of years that I'm aware that our planning department starts their public outreach in January.
Okay, so with that, are we able to, so I'm looking for how do we best address this issue? Because right now McKinney County wants us to add or requesting to NDOT to modify the TTIP plan that was approved by prior RDC and add these projects. But according to NDOT, they're asking we need to add $1 amount to it, not the $0 that McKinney County wants. So how do we best go forward in addressing this to meet the needs of the communities in New Mexico, the McKinney County area?
Madam Chair, legislatively, we have the original TTIP for this year, and then, get the documentation for the amendment, then we make the amendment and RDC approves it. I'm hearing two bits of information with regard to what will be added. One is what will be added will not have a dollar figure, and the other is what will be added will have a dollar figure because of the construction. And if it has a dollar figure, then of course it's easy enough to add that into for the amendment. And if it doesn't have a dollar figure, then it would require some language describing why it doesn't have a dollar figure. And that would go into perhaps the findings. But right now what I hear from NDOT is that below the dollar figure, very much there's no need to elaborate in the findings of the legislation.
So with that, Mr. Howell, I know you requested no dollar amount.
Well, Madam Chair, if I may, one of the things, it was just kind of a thought process, right? Because we're not trying to secure any income on the regular team funds, right? That's basically mentioned the $0 amount. However, we're going to have some dollar amounts pretty soon. So we can definitely, if that's the best route to go based on legal, we can have dollar amounts for at least the first 20, hopefully pretty soon. The backside, basically what we've done is utilizing the average cost per design of each of these bridges on the first page. We've identified $175,000 per bridge design. And that's utilizing procurement services and the process that McKinney County has already gone through with these first 10 and subsequently these second 10. So 175 for design for everything on the backside. And we're going to have estimates for the first 10, hopefully by the end of the year, and then the second 10, hopefully before the springtime. I'm hearing that the that will be presented to our. So we could have dollar still.
Okay, I think that would be the best avenue to go to have that dollar amount, just like Mr. Brigade had mentioned. So the recommendation would be to have NDOT work closely with McKinney County and Mr. Howell here to get the dollar amounts, because right now we are designing, usually the cost estimate will come after the design and for construction costs. So and hopefully get some dollar amounts. So I don't know who your consultant is or Amy in the design for this bridges, but we would need a dollar figure if McKinney County requests to have this project completed for 2024. All right, so just we'll work together. I hope that when Mr. Bradley does come here for RDC, we'll have that. We'll have some of these projects, maybe not all, but some of these projects on the TTIP, but that would be, at the discretion of the NDOT and how they prioritize, these projects going forward. So I don't know if any other members of RDC has Honorable Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee member, and the county of McKinney County. Yeah. Chair, I'm looking through the list here, we have, all these chapters listed, I believe, Uncle Nathan Eltall, Stephen Arviso, except Damon, probably should be aware of this. List, so they can kind of provide their support as well. I did see at the bottom, it says that chapter resolutions were attained. And, you know, that's good. And that New Mexico DOT funded the design. With San Juan County, where I'm from, we had our own memorandum of agreement and understanding for that area. So as the resources and development committee, I'm not thinking, it's good that we have a work session with McKinley County. We did that at last council. I know even Utah, San Juan County, John, each of these are different, as well as my county, San Juan County. I'm sure Apache County and Navajo County and Coconino County are different as well. But it's good to just bring them and have a meeting with them and see how we can. They're talking about bridges, but our thought is, since we're talking bridges, let's start building bridges here, a bridge of communication to have better roads, transportation for our people here. And whether it's the county or Navajo Nation or the state or federal funding, let's just come together and work on some improvements. You know, either way, unless we do need to start helping each other and have a good understanding here. And I'm glad that you guys came. And I was just wondering why you guys were going to be put on the agenda today. I thought it was an emergency situation here, but you did mention you guys were having a work session for a couple of months now. Was any of these delegates present at your work sessions that represent these chapters, or was it just by yourself over there within the? There.
About to you, Mr. Howell, for response.
Madam Chair, Chairman, so our work session really started with, you know, the few individuals with NDOT, EIA, and FHWA and county. It's kind of stayed that way for the most part. We're trying to figure out, it's a brand new source of funding that we're looking into. So we're all trying to figure out how to access this the right way. But we haven't had any delegates to the table yet. That is definitely something that we need to do, a work session, just to flesh out how to get this on the T-tip would also be beneficial, I would believe. But yeah, we've worked with some delegates on a few individual bridge projects and applications through state sources, so they're aware of the county's commitment to taking some bridges replaced countywide. But in terms of this new effort, we haven't had any delegates at the table as of yet. I did want to mention though that McKinley County does have an IGA with Navajo for road projects, and so in talking about the spirit of collaboration, that's one of the things that we're excited about, right? The IGA with the Navajo Nation for roads improvements, maintenance. We've also tackled a few other projects as it relates to transportation, utilizing collaborative effort. You know, we worked in Church Rock, the Church Rock community quite a bit on a road called Superman Road. We utilized tribal infrastructure fund for like a chapter with Navajo support. Couple that with state funding that the McKinley County road department was able to secure to help build a series of drainage crossings along that road. So we are definitely wanting to work collaboratively as we understand that this is a regional problem that we're having. And it's not just County specific region, it's in New Mexico, Arizona, kind of issue, bridges, accessibility, emergency services, school buses. If we could possibly help set a framework for a model for collaboration, that would also be great and beneficial for all of us.
Thank you for that, Mr. Howell, and the recommendation that was made by Honorable Chair Naz in regards to a work session. I really think that would be something that would be doable, so that we will be looking forward to that, possibly not just here, because our schedule is extremely, stacked for this month and, next month, so eventually it'll go to next year. But, again, Mr. Tyler, our advisor will definitely reach out to you when we would, like to have that, work session to continue this dialogue and how we best, bridge that, gap right now, and hopes that we can really definitely work together. We'll go ahead and reach out to NDOT as well. So with that, I believe that we, have the next steps and that we're going to be following up with NDOT on this request, but just in the midst of that, continue to work, collectively to get, some figures so that, kind of 2024, discussion for TTIP, that would be added in with dollar figures, which would probably be the best way to go rather than having a $0 amount. All right, any other, questions, members of RDC? Do you have any final comments to make?
Just to let you know, Madam Chair, Tilly is serious about this, and we have a very good relationship with Navajo DOT. Had that a few weeks ago, we were in Washington DC, meeting with Federal Highways with the 2 of your people from here and a couple people from the county and with the Navajo Nation office out of DC. We met, it was an all week long classes of meetings, and it went real well. And that's why the county manager, he had another meeting there, he would have been here. He's like, let's get these things going while money's there. And we've been on it for last year, we started meeting with Darrell Bradley. Here's where we're at.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate your advocacy and appeal. And going forward, usually it's just, for the congressional leadership of UBC to have the federal leadership, alongside you all, advocating on these projects to secure more funding. I really think is a really big benefit as well. So at such time, just going further, for information to possibly reach out to RDC so that we're the oversight over NDOT who is in the area of road construction, new road construction improvements, road replacement that maybe, 1 or 2 or all the RDC members could there alongside you all advocating, because again, there's the TIPIT going on right now, which is our transportation. I'm hoping that we do have NDOT there alongside one of our committees on the also this week. That's a budget coordination for priorities for transportation on Navajo. So again, thank you so much. And with that, we'll go ahead and go to vote. Mr. Fine.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports, item 5C. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote? Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Excuse. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Great, so with that motion carries, and thank you for the presentation. And then we will be coming back around totally to the TTIP discussion later on next year. So hopefully maybe January or February. All right, you have yourself a great afternoon. Thank you. And then going on to item number 6, old business on the agenda, letter 8. Now legislation 0131-23. At last week's Referral Development Committee meeting, there was a next steps recommendation that was made for Honorable Chris Gagito was supposed to consult with Navajo Department of Justice with Utah Department of Transportation to make some revisions to the legislation. So again, this particular legislation will be deferred until such time that Curtis Gagito, Honorable Curtis Gagito and DOJ deem that the legislation language provision has been sufficient and doable and upon agreement with Utah Department of Transportation. So with that, we'll go on to old business item letter B, legislation 0221-23. Now, this particular legislation is still required a work session with the initial sponsor, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. So again, we will be deferring this item to as it still needs to be a full dialogue as to the concerns of this particular legislation. So with that, we go on to item number 7, new business legislation, 0234-23. Ms. And I do have, Ms. Yazmi, from Now Housing Authority CEO or future CEO, and then myself as sponsor here. So, I kind of like to go ahead and yield the floor or the gavel over to Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Afternoon, Mr. Yazmi, will be those out today.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0234-23, date October 5th, 2023. Title of the resolution and proposed standing committee resolution and an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and the Navigate Committee, supporting the reauthorization and funding of the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. The purpose of this legislation is to urge the United States Congress, House, and Senate to swiftly approve and pass the reauthorization of NAHASDA and to support of the continued funding for the Native American programs of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. The Navigate Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Amber Kiznas-Bakrati, co-sponsors Honorable Otto Seller and Brenda Jesus. For tracking number 0234-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and Navigate Committee supporting the reauthorization and funding of the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. In section where it says whereas, it references an exhibit A, which is the Senate Amendment number 1078, the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Reauthorization Act of 2023, and it has a therefore it be resolved. Attaches exhibit A, which is the congressional record for a Senate for an amendment dated July 27, 2023. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0234-23, sponsored Honorable Amber Kiznas-Bakrati. This legislation was posted on October 6, 2023 at 4:15 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended October 12, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and no comments recommendation on this legislation. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0234-23, run into the record. Back to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. We'll read that into the record. I'm on the motion. The motion by Chairman Mans and Honorable Claus, seconds it. Are there any questions? Mr. Legislator? I'll take a roll call.
This is roll call vote for legislation and the number 0234-23. Honorable Shana and Claude, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shana and Claude votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Excuse. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. We'll see that now. Okay, going on to item C, legislation 0246-23.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, you have summary sheet for tracking number 0246-23, date October 20th, 2023, an act relating to budget finance, resource and development, and update committees and to the Navigation Council to amend CMY-54-18 and to extend through crop year 2028 the such fund guarantee for the Navajo Nation's annual premium for the rainfall index pasture, rangeland, and forage plot insurance program administered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The purpose of this legislation is to extend through 2028 the Citizens Fund guaranteed for the Navajo Nation's annual premiums for the USDA pastures, rangeland, and forage insurance program. The Navajo Nation Council has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Brenda Jesus, co-sponsors Honorable Seth Damon. For tracking number 0246-23, an act relating to the Budget, Finance, Resource and Development and Advocate Committees and to the Navajo Nation Council amending CMY-54-18 to extend through crop year 2028 the Citizens Fund guaranteed for the Navajo Nation's annual premium for the rainfall index pasture, rangeland, and forage plot insurance program administered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. In section 1 is the authority. In section 2 is the finding, which references Exhibit A and Exhibit B. Exhibit C. In section 3 is amending resolution number CMY-54-18. The Navajo Nation hereby amends the Navajo Nation Council's resolution CMY-54-18 at section 3, amending resolution CO-57-16, which starts on page 3 of a CMY-54-18. And at letter 1, C1, it strikes out through 2023 and adds 2028. And at number 4, it strikes out 2023 and adds 2028 crop year. Then in section 4, number 2A2, it strikes out 2023 and adds in 2028 crop year. And section 4 is the effective date, and section 5 is the savings clause. Attaches Exhibit A, which is the resolution of the Navajo Nation Council, the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, second year 2026, resolution number CO-57-16. Attaches Exhibit B, which is the USDA pasture, rangeland, forage plot insurance program. Attaches Exhibit C, which is the resolution of the Navajo Nation Council to 23rd Navajo Nation Council, fourth year 2018, resolution number CMY-54-18. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0246-23. Sponsors Honorable Brenda Jesus. This legislation was posted on October 24th, 2023 at 4:02 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on October 29th, 2023. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments or recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the Budget and Finances Committee report and vote tally. First year for 2023 for legislation number 0246-23. The Resource and Development Committee had this under consideration. The reports with the recommendation that it do pass without amendments. This legislation was considered on October 31st, 2023, and the vote of 3 in favor and 0 opposed. Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0246-23, read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Fire. At this time, we need a motion. Second by Chairman Ennis. And the questions? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, members of Resources Development Committee in allowing legislation 0246-23 to be heard before the committee. The purpose of this particular legislation here before us today is in regards to the what we call the pasture range and forage expenditure plan that was initially approved by 23rd Navajo Nation Council through resolution number CO-57-16. Now, the intent of this particular insurance through the AIF is a source of fund for infrastructure projects on Navajo Nation, and also the partition lands in the former boundaries area for projects related to range management and support, grazing and livestock, tribal ranches, fencing, farming, irrigation, agricultural water development, reservoirs, dams, and catchments, watershed plan for agriculture, drought contingency mitigation plan. We all know that the Navajo Nation had approved a drought contingency plan years ago, And with these AIF dollars, the expiration date per the initial resolution was the end of this year. So again, as Navajo Nation, we all know that, the funds that have been coming in through, the agriculture infrastructure fund has been supplementing certain project built outs back in the communities across the Navajo Nation. And that some of our own constituents have been recipients through 3 category funding for either farming or, the other area was for, producing food. And then the last category was for, livestock owners out in the great part of the Navajo Nation. So with that, the Navajo Nation Council had set aside through the citizen fund in the amount of $19 million plus. And to my understanding, to this day, that money is still there. So this legislation is basically reflecting that the citizen reserve dollars for the USDA's pasture range land and forage insurance program continue to be there. And with that deadline, 2023 now requesting through this legislation to extend the crop year insurance premium to not go beyond December 31st of 2028. So again, that is just the area that I wanted to give highlight on this particular legislation. Colleagues of the Resources Development Committee, and I yield the floor back over to you, Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can discuss statement, understand, do you have any questions, comments? Thank you.
Sure, changes for your, Folks Springs Ranch, we had recommended that we go back and review some of these resolutions and the amounts that were allocated to certain for certain projects. And but this year's report is really just extending it to 2028. And I believe that we can probably just go ahead and move it forward, but have our own work session to discuss and review those previous resolutions that was passed, as well as the one that we passed by the councils RDC, which have the amounts of money that were allocated from the agriculture infrastructure fund. So it is that bodies to go. I don't think there is a really need to defer this for a session. We can just move it forward. If the deity decides to have a work session on it, because their chapters, they might want to make recommendations and say, oh, this is what I would like in my chapter. Like Honorable Simpson was reviewing the amounts, and he said, where's Eastern? Oh, yeah, it doesn't get even enough. So for me, I would just recommend that we just follow this on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other questions? No? Yeah, this time we're going to take to roll call votes.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0246-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Vote screen.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excused. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Excused. Vice Chair Johnson, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Motion carries. Moving on to and 3 legislation 0243.
A water machine here. Do they have a water machine, like a water fountain?
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for your assistance, and thank you, colleagues, for passing legislation on the county. And then I believe the council has the final authority on this particular legislation. Legislation 0247-23. Rodney, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I have summary sheet for tracking number 0247-23, date October 18th, 2023. An action relating to resource development and budget and finance committee accepting the audit of the city chapter and approving the chapter's proposed corrective action plan. The purpose of this legislation is to approve the audit of First Springs chapter and the chapter's proposed correction action plan. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation, must be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Casey Allen Johnson for tracking number 0247-23. An action relating to Resource and Development and Budget Finance Committee accepting the audit of the city chapter and approving the chapter's proposed corrective action plan. In section 1 outlines authority, in section 2 defining what references in Exhibit A and Exhibit B and Exhibit C and Exhibit D. In section 3 is accepting the audit of the First Springs chapter and approving the chapter's proposed correction action plan. So it represents Exhibit A and Exhibit C. In section 4 is the directive. Section 5 is the effective date, and section 6 is the savings clause. Attaches Exhibit A, which is the internal audit of the chapter by the Office of the Auditor General of the Navajo Nation, report number 23-11. The date of the report is April 2023. Attaches Exhibit B, which is a letter dated April 11th, 2023. Addressed to Ms. Helen Brown, a Delegate Auditor General from the chapter. Attaches Exhibit C, which is the internal audit finding for FY 2022. Attaches Exhibit D, which is the resolution from the chapter of Western Navajo Agency Resolution number TT-09-04-2023, accepting and approving the corrective action plan for the FY 21-22 internal audit of city to a chapter. Then you have the first report, the Navajo Nation and Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary for legislation number 0247-23, sponsors Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. This legislation was posted on October 25th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on October 30th, 2023. There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is legislation number 0247-23 read into the record.
Yeah, Mr. Coffey, members of RDC, may I get a motion?
Motion. Oh, no.
Second, and second.
I'll second.
Honorable Claude, thank you. With that, do we have questions for, okay, so, Office of the Auditor General, do we have?
No.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. So at this time, I know that, we have questions, so I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to, the presenters here, starting off with the Auditor General to give us an overview of their audit, report. So, we do have, 20 minutes starting.
This is for them.
Okay. Okay, so you don't have 20 minutes, so go ahead and get your. Would you please, provide us your name and also your title. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Beverly Tom. I'm the Senior Auditor for the Office of the Auditor General. And today, we issued an internal audit of the City 12 chapter and report number 23-11. I'm just going to give an overview of the findings, and you'll find the detail of each of these findings in the audit report here, starting on page 1, but with the interest of time and the length of the findings. Our audit covered a 12-month period from October 1st, 2021 to September 30, 2022. And our objective for this audit was to see if the financial statements are accurate and reliable, bank reconciliations are accurate and complete and timely. Political records are on file to support the hiring of employees and payments of wages. Fixed assets are accounted for in inventory records, safeguarded from theft, damage, and loss, and properly reported in the financial statements. Financial statement audits are completed at least every 2 years.
Disbursements are adequately approved and supported with prior documents. Contracts are properly executed for contractual service. And supporting documents are maintained. PEP and SYA projects are approved and supported with prior documents. Financial assistance is awarded in a fair and equitable manner. Charge accounts are managed with proper controls. Bonus and salary changes are reported with documentation and approval. I also would like to point out that at the beginning of this audit, there was actually a president and a vice president, but those positions are the elected positions were vacated. So we do have a new appointed president and vice president as we completed this project. But the first finding is the last financial statement audit was completed 5 years ago in 2017. Finding 2, fixed assets are inaccurately reported on balance sheet. Finding 3, chapter property were not properly identified, recorded, and tracked. Finding 4, chapter accounting system needs better oversight monitoring. Finding 5, changes within the accounting system are not adequately supported and authorized. Finding 6, chapter accounting records contain a fraud loss fund reporting a deficit cash balance of $101,302,000. Finding 7, chapter expended $5,852 of internal revenues without approved budget. Finding 8, personal files for chapter employees were incomplete. Finding 9, chapter staff bonuses were paid contrary to personnel and fiscal policies and procedures. Finding 10, employees' work hours were not properly reported and did not justify wages paid. Finding 11, charge accounts are utilized without important controls. Finding 12, despite missing documents, the chapter awarded housing assistance total of $8,663. Finding 12, it is unclear if housing recipients use building materials for their intended purpose. Finding 14, purchase of goods and services were not supported with quotes, invoices, or receipts. Finding 15, restricted funds were used expending according to funding guidelines. Finding 16, chapter does not adhere to travel policies and procedures. Finding 17, travel advances are not being processed contrary to travel policies. Finding 18, contractors were hired contrary to procurement policies and procedures. Finding 19, contractor was paid $11,275 before contract deliverables were verified. Finding 20, PEP SYA projects do not comply with policies and procedures. Finding 21, community financial assistance provided by the chapter lack transparency. Finding 22, 2 outstanding checks have yet to be voided in the accounting system. The chapter did prepare a corrective action plan to address each of the findings that was approved by the Auditor General. So today we're asking for approval of the audit report and with the corrective action plan. Let's go ahead and give it over to the sponsor. You want to go ahead and have your chapter leadership also speak to the issue of the corrective action plan. So we'll go ahead and allow 20 minutes for presentation.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Just want to thank my honorable RDC colleagues for having this on the agenda today. Legislation 0247-23, the corrective action plan for City Tour chapter. So today we have the leadership here. I'll go ahead and turn the floor to the floor, worship.
Hello, my name is Mason Gay. I'm the Secretary Treasurer, and like the auditor stated, I was the only one that was in the office at the time this project was completed. I would like to state that she did clarify that 2021 to 2022 was audited. But in fact, they went back all the way to 2015 for documentation and other verification that we did go through as well. So that needs to be stated as well. So it wasn't just for that 1 year period when this current administration was in office. And I'm not sure how we go about this, so I'll just go ahead and hand it to my chapter manager here.
Good afternoon, honorable delegates. My name is Molly White. I'm actually the chapter manager of CB12 chapter. And proper introduction is a she national team. And it's like a and this audit, yes, it did take place within the general period of October 2021 to September 2022. And I also like to bring into record that myself and my staff, I started in July of 2021, and my assistant started in August 2021. So this audit started 2 months after I started. So, and we had our chapter had a lot of turnover in the past, and we did not get orientation on anything. We had to learn as we went and pick up everything as we went. And we didn't get our training for MIP until December of 2021. So it was 5 to 6 months into our work that we finally got certified with our MIP. So we were not able to get into the system at all. We had hired another person that was familiar with the program to do that for us, and that's where a lot of this finding is. And we have since then made the corrections since we both got our training. We implemented a lot of the corrections that you do not see on the audit, the corrective action form, because our first draft indicated that we had corrected certain areas, but we were told to. We were advised to keep our dates consistent. So our dates, we took off the areas where we had indicated that we made the corrections and they were completed to a different date, to 2024. So those dates are in there, but we did make, according to my stuff that I did here, we have made over 18 item corrections for a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 categories. In each of those categories, certain numbers of them were corrected, and as of today, we have made over 18 items of those corrections. So we are well on our way to completing all these corrections, but some of them will take time. Some of them will take legal advices, which we are waiting for, and I'm sure Mr. Mahoney will address some of those. Which are the negative finding that were negative finding that are showing on our account balances that were done by prior administration back in 2018. So we're still working on how to get rid of those negative balances that were incurred back then. So that's just to clarify most of this audit.
Good afternoon. My name is Jean James. I'm Dolly Wagner's administrative assistant. I'm from Tisto, Delcon area. That's where my father was from. But I live in Winslow, and I started First Springs, like Ali said, back in August of 2021. And it's been a challenge, and it's been very interesting. And I wasn't from the area, so I got to meet and enjoy the community members. And I've never worked in a chapter environment before. I had worked under the Division of Social Service for many years, but it's totally, like they say, different animal. So, but it's challenging, but I enjoy my work. Like what Dolly said, yes, we have made a lot of corrections, and since we switched over from Delcon ASC to the city, I've been working closely with ASO Kristen with MIT before, I would call to Albuquerque, to Bill. And once he picks up that phone, he'll press that start button. And then, he'll help you, but then he'll charge you. And it costs a lot of money, so I try not to call him until, I started working with Kristen. She's worked with MIT for 10 years. So, we're going back and forth, and I'm having her, like check my balances and make sure everything's, if I'm not sure of something, I would, work with her. And I think that's what, the Auditor General wanted us to do, work with the AC office. And, but we're getting there. We have our list going, and, we mark it off. So, okay, this is, this is the complete packet. This is how they want us to do this. So, we just have to make sure we keep, the process going, but we're almost there. And, we're just getting backlash from the community and other people, but, we're saying, we're doing the best we can, and, serving the community is first on our list, and then we try to do it right. But yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure meeting all of you.
Good afternoon. Samuel K. Jr., the First Spring Chapter President. And it's like they had mentioned, that was selected. Kind of like point pick or whatever they call it. And all this process was, it's going on before I delegated to be the chapter president. So just reviewing the findings and then some of the correction actions that are being done on the findings, and I'm kind of just learning myself as being a chapter president, because I had never held that position. In the past, I really worked with the Indian House Service for 40 years, and when I came after I retired, and then the chapter, I was good at the chapter meeting, and we were going through the election. I got nominated, I got elected, and I'm just still learning, and I do have some questions on some of the findings, and then as we go along, I probably make those corrections about. My question mainly was the properties of the First Spring Chapter, because back in the 80s, I think that we had an old chapter that had burned. And that chapter compound is still fenced, and that you still have a warehouse that deteriorating, and there's a big school that used to be there in that building. It's still there, and it's deteriorating, and then there's some setup at rodeo arena at that old chapter compound fence, and there was not included in the property First Spring Chapter. And I recently asked about, and was talking with our prison committee member, and I don't know if he knows anything about it. I mean, he told me that whole chapter, that fence belongs to the BIA now, but I think that BIA is mainly responsible for the roads and that whatever. But something that I have questions on and some other, programs that, the chapters, like EEP and all of the others. Cup or whatever they call it. And I'm trying to find out some information about those programs, like policy and procedures that they're supposed to follow, and a lot of those policy and procedures, right, they're not updated. Just like a LGA policy and then the fire management system. I usually go to Winslow, the city library, and then research those information, and what they have, a system, it's not outdated. And then when I talked to, the last time when we talked with the DOJ, they gave us LGA policy. And that was more updated than what they had in the system under the Norwood tribe. This learning, and then hopefully when I spend my get more familiar with how the chapter functions and all that, so that we will improve a chapter following the regulations or whatever, and then make a lot of improvements and to better our community and serve our people. Thanks for the opportunity for me to we have speak.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, RDC. Thank you for giving us opportunity to present the CAP for Bertrand. My name is Melvin Maloney. I'm from the Tuba City Administrative Service Center. I'm the Senior Project Program Specialist. It was recently, as of February, the chapter was transitioned from Delcon ASC and handed over to monitored by Tuba City Administrative Center ASC. And we've been working closely with the Auditor General on preparing this CAP, Virtual Action Plan, and I can finally to agree with them to accept it. And we did feel that 10/1/2024 was at the time for the chapter to address all of these findings. Although the chapter has addressed a number of the findings already, and we have really stressed on their five management system, which includes their policies, procedures of each program and statistics. We will be assisting them to address these findings, also provide proper training with the new officials and the current official to assure that they understand their responsibilities, both responsibilities. They have been provided training. Do all the financial statements and understand where those numbers are coming from, and double check the work, the chapter. We will also be providing MIP training as mentioned by administration. ASO Kristen Charlie is very experienced and knowledgeable of the county. She has a background as working with chapter at AMS and also as a chapter manager. So she has good knowledge of the chapter policies and procedures. In my background is mainly accounting and auditing. So we will be, like I say, working closely with the chapters and start monitoring the different areas, only the areas that are mentioned in the cap, but also overall areas that, to assure that there are compliance in all areas. Again, we'd like to give this opportunity to start addressing these and accept this corrective action plan on behalf of the chapter. Thank you. Thank the staff and leadership here, as well as student community. Also to thank our Officer General for reporting the findings. And again, I really believe in correction and moving forward. It's just forward here and learning from our mistakes and learning from.
Fish and crabs.
Out of our reach, something we can correct in the past. They did a bunch of this, they put forth a week to address these and correct these. So just want to thank you for working on those. As you stated, there was 18 that you have been working on. So thank you for moving forward on that. Just continue to press forward on this cap legislation. All I'd like to say, thank you.
Motion carries sponsor, Vice Chair Jones, and also to leadership. Also ASC and then other general office. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, do we have any questions on the corrective action plan for Bird Springs chapter that was presented here, and we'll give them the outline of the corrective action plan at the very end of the document. So at this time, do you have any questions? Okay, I'm going to
Good afternoon to city people, chapter leadership, and then also to ASC, and then our manager general. The question I have is if we can get a definition. And so this will go to the auditor general about the fraud loss. So I know that there's different interpretations of that. And, and so for most people, they affiliate that with white collar crimes. And in here, fraud loss fund has a deficit cash balance of $101,319. And so we as council, when we start talking about emergency legislation or emergency funds, this issue always comes up, is that these chapters are in the red. And then it stems discussion and also debate on the floor, is that the chapters that have corrective action plans or who are still currently in the red, according to their books, the debate is whether or not they should receive additional funding. So with that, I believe that chapters really do need to maintain their financial reports, and we completely understand that there are new leaders, but from what I'm hearing here, another question I have is who out of the chapter leaders, the elected officials, is the supervisor to the chapter manager or CSB? That would be the question. I know for certain chapters, They can also be fined out by consensus of the officials. Or the chapters can also have the voters be a part of that decision. And if it is your chapter president, I just want to thank him, but like he said, he sounds like he still needs a lot of assistance. He's going to the public library to try to look up information. And I think that we have enough experts from ASC and then also those other officials that have been in that position. And so it is very critical. I do understand the process with the MIP. And I guess that would be a question that I'm going to pose to all the officials. How many of you are MIP trained out of the chapter officials? And, you know, this question helps us as RDC, the oversight, to think in a broad perspective. You know, because one chapter, all the officials might be MIP trained, and then another chapter might just be the secretary treasurer. So I believe there has to be consistency all across the Navajo Nation. And from what I know, under the ASC and maybe the RDC oversight has to take a look at what ASC is doing as far as making sure that they stay on track. You should, I would assume as ASC, you have a ledger of all your chapters within your region, within your agency, and then one by one you go down and you'll go down the line and see if everyone's turning their monthly reconciliation for the planning meeting. You go down the line, you see if they're doing their MIP training and so on and so forth. That would be the ideal, but I think that that's not happening. And then also, when I'm looking at your corrective action plan, the way I'm reading this is you're gonna have everything done at once. So, and I think my recommendation to the chapter leadership is to create a priority, maybe like some of these, like number 5, 6, 7, you put those in a time frame where those can be addressed. Because when I'm looking at this as a committee member, you know, I really question if this is going to be achievable. If it's all on October 1st, 2024 for every action item. Whereas if I saw it maybe grouped into quarterly, like whatever you're going to do quarterly, then that's more achievable. That also helps you maintain your focus on that specific audit finding. And that's where the, you know, those are some of just my recommendations. And then of course, we do have our community at the chapter level that also want to know, like, what is the status on the audit. And, you know, I just recommend to our leadership, not just here, but all Navajo Nation leadership, is not to take it personally, but there is a call from our Navajo Nation voters that they want transparency. And they do want to hear from the chapter officials, you know, that just like what you explained to us, I just came in, I'm still learning. But if we start off defensively and start getting upset, you know, then we create this discord with our voters. And especially now, it's very difficult to reach a quorum, even just getting 25 members. So we really have to find the means of how we can, you know, achieve that accountability with our chapter constituents too. And then as far as I I know I saw the charge accounts. And this is one that we see a lot in the corrective action plans of, again, not just this chapter, but other chapters. We're seeing chapters that have fuel cards. They're going to their local gas stations. And then these vehicles that are purchased by their chapter, they don't have any decal that identifies it as official use. So that's where we see the fraud that is happening. So whose responsibility is that? It is actually the whole Navajo Nation's responsibility. Because this money is coming from federal dollars into general funds and back out to the chapters to provide services for the people. So I believe there is a need from the Auditor General and Office of Controller to define policies for the entire 110 chapters when it comes to our charge accounts. And again, you know, we're seeing that there is no record. Another one is, as I mentioned, the differentiation between certified and non-certified or LGA certified. So for non-certified chapters, they have to get their off-reservation travel requests. There's a set price, set process for traveling and their policies, reconciliation. But what I see is that with LGA certified, they think that they don't have to get off-reservation travel approval. And they start to travel off the reservations, they start having work sessions. So even for us as Navajo Nation Council delegates, there's a misconception out there that delegates travel all over and they're spending the people's money. But before we go off the reservation, we have to get an off-reservation travel approval. And then there's a TA that has to be in place. So these are part of the things, and I'm making it really general to where all our Navajo Nation chapters. So I think that for me, that's going to be one of the things that we might have to be the oversight of is this travel policy, and then also the record keeping, not the record keeping, but the charge to develop policies in that portion. So those are the two that I see, and those are kind of like the gray areas that our chapters don't really have guidance. So sometimes it's not done intentionally, like chapter officials, they don't do it intentionally, but just because they don't have the guidelines for that. And then as far as ASC, I would recommend that you start doing reports to the agency councils. I have been to several agency councils and I don't see an ASC person there. I know, you know, a lot of tribal employees, they say, well, my job is 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and you guys meet on Saturday and I'm busy. But in reality, you know, again, this goes back to the transparency and then also the accountability, the financial accountability. And as chapter officials, you have the fiscal responsibility. You have the responsibility of the people's money. And also just making sure that you understand the Navajo Nation laws and the policy. So those are some of the things that I just wanted to bring up, and also the question to our Auditor General, if you can go ahead and answer that question. And then one of the other questions I have is, how long does a CAP, if they don't meet all of the objectives, does it continue? So what is the process from Auditor General as far as the CAP? So if all of these are not met by the deadline, does it roll over, or to just go into a new audit cycle. So we just wanted to ask those questions. Thank you, and back to you, Madam Chair.
Patricia, thank you, Honorable Claw. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back to the presenters. In regards to some of the questions that were posed here by Delegate Claw.
Thank you for those questions. For the fraud loss, for this particular chapter, and I believe it was the MIP consultant that developed this fund to separate it from all the other funds based on the records that we saw. And it's arose from some financial improprieties that were done by a prior chapter administration. So I worked with the partner here in trying to figure out how this came about. But there was no record of anything to show how the balance came about. So I told them that they probably need to go back and research, go back to Delcom, go back to the MIP consultant to see how they arrived at these balances. So basically, these individuals have gone through the whole courts, I guess you could say, and they're paying restitution, which is supposed to subsidize the deficit balance. But I believe only one came back the restitution. And as far as the CAP process for this audit, we do, once Budget and Finance approves the audit report with the CAP corrective action, they have 12 months. So we use that date when Budget and Finance approves the corrective action plan. And they have that 12 months. Once that 12 months, we go back and do another follow-up findings to see if they've been implemented. So if there is still some issues, then we normally require, depending on the severity of the findings, and if there's, I guess, we foresee improvements being done, we could not recommend sanctions, or if they're not doing anything at all, then it comes to the point where we can sanction, recommend for sanction on the chapters.
Yeah, thank you for your response. I know there's some additional questions. I don't know if you should leadership to make a response in regards to I know a lot of it was just the generalization of some of the areas that were identified as an audit finding. And I don't know if you want to make your response to a particular point that Honorable Claw had highlighted or the recommendation.
Again, my name is Nancy Day. I'm the current Secretary Treasurer, and I'm the only elected official that is in office. The other two officials were just appointed by chapter membership. And thank you, Honorable Claw, for your questions. The first one, as far as the supervisor over our chapter manager and the staff, it is myself, and that was decided by the three officials that were in office at that time. And the only reason why that was stated and how that was placed was because our chapter president and chapter vice president at the time, they were directly related to the chapter manager. So there was a conflict of interest there. So that was how that was decided. And we have kept that in place to date. And I do communicate with the manager and the staff on a daily basis, along with the ESC office whenever possible. And as far as the audit goes, we hold monthly administration meetings between the officials and the chapter administration staff. So the ideal goal that we're reaching for right now, I do get your point as far as how are all of these corrective action plans going to be met at the specific date. our goal now, and one of the recommendations as far as some of the documents that we were reading, that I was reading through the Auditor General, is that we're gonna revisit this with our officials and our admin staff within 6 months, see where some of these corrective actions plans have been set in place. And anything that is still lacking, that still needs to be addressed, we're gonna go do that at that time to work on those in the next 6 months. The only one that we really see actual issue and problem with is the negative balance, which are the fraud accounts as stated by the Auditor General. We don't have any documentation that the prior administration has left. We have contacted Del County Administration Office, and we've even gone as far as contacting the prior officials for any documentation, because our understanding is that the prior chapter president is the one who set up this fraud account with the MIP personnel. So with that being the case, we can't even ask ASC to go in there and dissect this fraud account for $101,000 and state, okay, how many of these funds were due to personnel, how many of these were due to mispurchase of supplies to come from either the personnel account or the general account, all these accounts that they can be taken out of, we can't even do that. And then even as far as one of the things that we've even visited that Milford suggested was, because our personal account is replenished yearly, he was like, okay, what if we just take it out of there, since it was due to personnel at that time that this fraud was set up for. My concern with that is that we can do that to get all these negative balances out, but how's that going to affect the current personnel and the future personnel if we mess with those personnel accounts? Because right now, as it is, an application does not even give us those personnel funds to match the pay scale that our current employees are at. We finally got a current application pay scale that we have to adjust to get it as close as possible to what our chapter manager and office aide, who are permanent employees of the chapter right now, excluding the PEP employees, to match where they're at. And it's not even to their current scale. And if we went to the current scale of what an application has in place right now, our chapter personnel account cannot provide that salary to our current employees. So all of these issues came across, so we came as close as possible to give them the pay raise that they have gotten. They haven't gotten any since they started their employment. So that's another issue that I have with an application, as far as they don't give the funding according to each chapter being at a certain pay scale. And that brings us back to the non-certified and certified chapters. We from here as certified chapters do everything we can to adhere to our fire management system. But yet when we go to these trainings, when we go even dealing with these ARPA fundings that we're dealing with now, we are set in category as certified and non-certified. But when we are given policies and procedures, we're stuck. It's the same. There's no way we are going as a certified chapter moving forward. We're having to wait on non-certified chapters who, in my opinion, I hate to say this, but they're not working hard to get certified because they're so complacent and don't want to do the work themselves the way myself and my staff do in order to work with an application funding that we get from the federal government. And with that said, that puts a weight on the ASC offices to where they're bombarded with having to deal with these monthly statements, payments, and everything that they deal with for the non-certified chapters. So that's another issue that we're running into, where we're having to wait on everybody else to catch up, whether they're sanctioned or whether they're non-certified chapters. And we have used ASC as technical support. And as far as the audit, I personally work as an accountant with an outside company as a full-time employee with a health firm out of Phoenix. So I do deal with a lot of these audits as well within my company. And I've noticed that from the prior audit to this current audit, all I can say is it's very subjective, because what we've come to find out is that The information we provide to one person, it's satisfactory to them, but when it goes back to the auditor general, to their boss, or to any other staff member, co-employee, it's not. And then it goes back and forth, and that's what took so long to get us here. And then with that even being said, is that a lot of these trainings that you were talking about as far as MIP through ASC, everything, my suggestion would be to have all of this done at once instead of going individually by chapters. Because I may not have brought up an issue that our current chapter deals with that another chapter could have brought up. And that's my problem, is that a lot of the information changes from chapter to chapter. And it's like, why can't we all get on the same board, the same, you know, knowledgeable area where we move forward, not only for ourselves, but for the community. As far as the MIP, none of the officials are trained on that. These guys, my staff, they do share a lot of documentation as far as deposits, monthly reports, they do. My personal feeling on that is that I don't believe any chapter official should have training in the MIP, only because that deals with having to move funds around or having to produce payments to an individual or a vendor. And that's just common practice for any type of business, that it should be specific and it should have a, what do you call it? Checks and balances type of situation. So anytime I do have a question, I do go to them, they do show me how they got to that. But as far as me going into the MIP system personally as a chapter official, I try not to overstep those boundaries, because I'm not an affirmation employee, I'm an elected official. So these ladies are more responsible for a lot of those hands-on daily chapter operations. My chapter staff, yeah, they haven't been to an agency meeting, but them and even our PEP workers, they make it a point to be at each of our chapter meetings, whether it's a planning meeting or a regular chapter meeting. Only because a lot of these, like you stated, a lot of these are transparency issues and topics and discussions that we do have. The chapter manager or the office directly deal with answering those questions as far as where is this funding coming from. You know, recently we got $5,000 from the Navajo Nation regarding veterans. That has never happened. So then we had to research how those fundings can be used. And then we had to go back to the veterans group and tell them, hey, this is how you can use the fundings. And then the manager worked with the commander to develop a budget to move forward with that. So these type of situations, they're there, at least for my chapter, my manager and office are there to answer any questions that the chapter membership might have. And for me, that's very helpful. And as far as the new officials that are coming in, a lot of these information is conveyed during our administration meetings. So it's up to them to be in attendance to get the information that they were provided. And it is very helpful, because that's when we discuss what's upcoming in our meetings, any events that are coming up in our community. And if you look at our chapter, you know, Facebook, we do have a lot of outreach stuff that we do. And a lot of the findings that we see here, I'm not going to say they're minor, but there's stuff that could improve our MIP system. There's policies that were not in place, like the $5,000 that you see on there. That stated that from the Auditor General's office is that we should be presenting a resolution to report how much revenue we receive at the end of the last month, and how are we going to budget those funds moving forward. So we weren't doing that before, and in all honesty, that's very helpful, because a lot of community members do say, okay, you guys, you know, got $1,100 in chapter rental last year. How are you guys using those funds when we present the chapter resolution? So a lot of that we are planning after, you know, hopefully you guys do pass it, you guys do accept this legislation. We are planning to do a whole community outreach and try to coordinate with the Auditor General's office to have a meeting with our chapter membership to inform them of our audit and all the findings, and then the corrective action plans that we are going to be following, whether it needs to be done by the chapter manager, office aide, or one of the officials. So these are all the areas that we have discussed and, like these ladies said, you know, they're always on the go and I'm very proud of my staff and my co-officials as well. And we do appreciate ASU to make themselves available to respond anytime we need their help. And as far as the auditors, you know, it was really good to work with them because they were like, hey, what's going on here? And, you know, it was a in-depth discussion, even though half of the time we're going back and forth through email or phone. So I do appreciate a lot of your questions. Those are all valid questions. And this, like you stated, this is not just, a Brooks Range chapter issue. This is throughout, you know, the Navajo Nation. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd like to do more originating from Mr. Ness.
Madam Chair, the members, Otto, city, chapter, like you around it.
Yeah.
I've been there, so. It's a dome.
It's not a dome.
Cold. Thank you, Beverly, for being here, Auditor General. I don't need fish boss, I'm going to just, I was Secretary Treasurer, Neva.
Yeah.
You're the manager, AA.
Yes.
You're the president, the AASC office, and we have all the right people sitting right here. Corona Bishmas, he's gonna make sure that his chapters, they get this corrective action plan in place. And you also have to report to the Auditor General, let them know that you corrected that. I don't know, on the,
Oh,
okay, I don't know.
sometimes Jimmy shuts them there.
Okay, Jim was punished, or they actually measured things not that they can't find us another. And you've been an official for quite some time now?
This is my second term, but there was 8 years in between my first and this is my second.
Okay.
So believe me when I say a lot has changed.
Thank you. Your chapter has 22. That is a lot. That's a lot of finding. Oh, she did a 10 on this. Probably not your fault here. But how do you avoid this? We taught a little potato on the Navajo Nation. But let me tell you, I see, we all have experience from the local chapter level. There's a vice president, a chapter manager, not the, I used to be the chapter president at San Juan chapter for 10 years before I became a delegate. I was the District 13 president also for 4 chapters. Then I became the Northern Agency Council president out of Bishop's name. So division on the Shib Bahanson. Beso, Ohayata. Oishin, Etten, Orchida, Ejano, Ehakeda, Tanta, Noya. Let me tell you a story about one of the things that just kind of stuck with me that I heard a long time ago. This talking at a local chapter. The chapter, I think based on the based on what shows, and they bought a new chapter truck. They sneak. She bought something, hey man, this 4-wheel drive, and it do a lot in the community being sunshine. The chapter president, you know, he said, the trucks are nothing, that's which I how to she punish get all that, and then now Shane, chapter manager said, okay, yeah, you can take it. As a matter of fact, you can take it Friday and bring it back Monday, or when you get time. I Shane Nashi, but some Shane. I Shane Chili is on 4 or 5 days later, name's Thomas. The chapter staff was, you know, using it here and there. One morning, though, he'd seen it, and we won't start having issues. And they said, okay, it has warranty, so we'll go take it back to the dealership. They took it back to the dealership, they inspected it, and they put the hood up, and they told the employee, this is an old engine in here. The new engine is gone. And the old engine on the chapter president, and that person was removed. And these are things that happen. This is what we do. Patient not what it I should need to don't hear that, see that. I see that you're very sincere, all of you. It's your community, the chapter president, and you know, just the way you're talking, you want to learn. Let me tell you, I would encourage you to learn as much as you can. Consider the Lebanon Legal. What the cause thing, a kage yore tranche. I don't know that. Deal that she Title 26 FMS, all five personnel, procurement, property, fiscal, and records. It's just not that. What fair was the natural Nigeria to Title 26, how do you excel and flourish? You're given that authority to make local decision making at the local level to improve your community. It is and then so low and yet not eat. I don't hear it, but it's okay. You're the legislative branch, you and him with the community members. Nevada side, it doesn't need now execute what they give executive branch and now no be like think of even ordinary state of nature. These are the things that come before the Resources Development Committee. I've been on this committee this is my 5th year on RDC, and I've seen things on here, and I think, what do we need to do here? How many voters are at your chapter? Right now,
870.
that's a lot of people. You serve that many people, you're an LGA certified, and your chapter has 22 findings. That shouldn't be. As an LGA certified, if you're audited, it should be minor findings, less than 5, not 22. Data. Chapter president. Those shadows is that this is from so you're that isn't that they are. What I mean, there's things that I have heard, and I'm thinking, is it really time to regionalize chapters? To, you know, what do they do with these monies? Where do we need to go? We're minus $50 million since Kayenta Mine and NGS closed. As soon as all this ARPA money is spent by 2026, how are we going to really start supporting 110 chapters? The 3 states, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, the counties, the combined total counties is 77 counties, okay? Think of 77 chapters with these 3, and yet we're 27,000 square miles. Israel is only 8,000 square miles. 27,000 square miles, and we have 110 counties. Look at it that way. And they each almost get about $300,000. What do they do with it? You're talking about their money from their personnel funds, and you're talking about veterans funds. The veterans funds either have their plan of operation that states how the grant monies will be used. Now, the grant money is given to the chapters of grant. The trust fund stays at the agency. By by resolutions that are passed at the local veterans organizations, okay? So the grant money goes to the local chapters, their organization has a plan of operation that says how the money, when it comes into the chapter, can be used, whether it's for assistance, wood, firewood, propane, or emergency assistance. Or promotional items, they can get a life jacket with their veterans organization on it, or they could get catering service for Veterans Day, other special days. Oh, I'm speaking from experience, and that's what I'm showing. I don't give a base, I'll give a We wrote a letter to the Department of Justice as well as the controller and OMB for my chapter. They told us that you can use the sales tax money, Coffee. So we agreed with the chapter manager that some of this will go into their 401k. This is where DOJ comes in to help you, how you can give your employees some money to pay them and their benefits that they need. But the old one is the 14 events from the funds, once they go on the 15th, we're going to be meeting in Albuquerque. Are you aware of that? LGA certified chapters? ECD didn't tell you, ASC office didn't tell you? Are you aware of it? No? Wow, this is right. Maybe the Department of Agriculture doesn't know that they haven't also given word to the grazing land board and farm board that we're going to be meeting for 2 days on Monday and Tuesday as well. This is where we're at. There is a lack of communication somewhere. When we give a directive to these programs, they need to inform all of you. ASC office should be able to help you and come to you and say, how can I help you? Or seek information from him. Coffee can. They cut up a stone, wire, baling wire, the other species, the bay came, they said the better much, got to get that's what she called it, bellwether. So then on it, on she issued that at the throw. Uncle Throw must cut you, God, yeah. They did say, God, the begging they not James for that. And the English. I don't lay the attention, I don't magic face. I don't know they got a picture that I'm a leak. I'm on there toward it. I see I thought that was really interesting. Now, Carter, you're the shepherd, sir. Oh, you know, stuff. And then the first show, they feel you're like the coach. You tell your team, Carl, what an evening. I see that there's 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and 5 abstain. I'm concerned about the 5 people that abstained at your meeting on this was passed. But still, did you tell them about all 22 of the findings? The
Yes, yeah.
Okay, good, because the people need to know. They will get transparency, that shows that your heart is in the right place as leaders to correct it. I'm not a perfect person. They should find some. Non-mission concept idea. So when your election say, even though the law says chapter officials are prohibited from the daily operations and administration of the chapter. And it's named that you can still work with them to fix it. It's your responsibility, it's your chapter, it's your community. How do you want your chapter to reflect others? Do you want your chapter to be on the front page of Gallatin Independent, Selwood City, hey, Bishop, what did you find these weights in us? I looked at this one right here, 100 and this many thousand. You got to go all over social media. Yeah, $1,319, and then down here, 11,000 for a contractor. Each one made on a video, it says, there's nothing of the field theater in basic cat. I mean, and I'm there, it's not there. I don't know something that's a cheat. Big question. Even though my chapter was audited with 5 findings when I was a chapter president, we corrected were minor things. It's just asking the manager to keep up with the records, keep up with the question. Even the personnel policies, each personnel, you should get an evaluation, performance evaluation every year by your immediate supervisor. Alienating that your step increase, it's not enough. And on the she based on a score between 1 to 5, 5 being that you're doing really well as a chapter manager, 1 being you're doing a very poor job. Even she or never considered mission. I did about so getting on Title 2016, there's a booklet by the Ethics and Government Law. It's an AOED all of a sudden that just comes in and CKC the FMS. Give them a copy of the FMS now. Do you have one? Make sure each of your chapter officials have an FMS. Have them read it. Have a work session on time management system. Personnel policy, procurement policy, property, fiscal, and records. Those 5. When you're certified as a chapter, can it turn that down? When did that happen? Did TCDC approve it along with your community-based land use planning manual? That defines where your service area is that we call boundaries. So you have a lot of work here. So just correct what needs to be corrected and reach out to him. And you're all more than welcome to come to Elk Creek. And Casey can give you the information on that.
What does that mean?
It's an LGA certified chapters. Robin can explain. Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair Nair. So let me just give it to Robbie briefly on the purpose of that work session we're having on starting in Albuquerque.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the work session that's going to take place on Wednesday, November 15th at 9 a.m. will be held at the Marriott, Albuquerque Marriott Uptown, which is located on 2101 Louisiana Boulevard. This meeting is to discuss the Local Governments Act, Title 26 of the amendments. There's 4 amendments being proposed by the Department of Justice, Mr. Roger Begay, and that's going to be the discussion that RDC is going to be having with all the chapters.
So today let's start getting your ORT, right? Well, again, just real quickly, I just want to thank Vice Chair Johnson for allowing this opportunity to bring your chapters to Resource Development Committee. And thank you to chapter leadership and then also to our general office, to ASD. Again, it's talking on mission community. Just as Chair Reyes had mentioned, I worked over at Philip Pines chapter for 2 years, and I moved on to Rock Springs chapter for 8 years. And Rock Springs, we were ready to get certified, but the chapter officials didn't want to get certified. But Elizabeth Begay was the Auditor General then. And one of the things that I just want to share, again, this will probably be the Auditor General's office, is when back then, Elizabeth had requested all chapters to their banking institution to see if they could allow the Auditor General to have a username and a password. It's only a legal only to bank the checking account or savings. So the Auditor General would eventually look into the bank account to see if funds were being expended accordingly. And then also opportunity was also given for the elected officials. All three officials to have a username and password, which was set up by a coordinator in collaboration with the banking institution as view only access. So at any time, the chapter officials will review the bank account to see if the funds were being withdrawn was for what's approved. Now, one of the things that I want to share with you, this is really unfortunate. You know, being there 8 years, I believe it's on my 7 years, a little over past 7 years. You know, I had so much trust in our AMS, and this is where the broken system happens. She had access to MIP, and there were some days we only ran checks on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Those were our policy, and we run checks so from 1 to 3, and then 3 to 5 is check signing. So there's days that I'd be at a meeting, I come back like either Monday or Wednesday or Friday. I noticed that my AMS would have ran several checks without my authorization. So on the fund approval, I put, did approve this check run. And I made sure my initial and I dated it for us to sign the signature, so I refused to sign. All along, under my very eyes, the AMS was and essentially taking money from the chapter. And the chapter president, secretary, and treasurer were signing the checks, you know, saying that we need a check run. So later on, it went further, and I found out finally, so we reported to ASC and DOJ and other legal penalties. DOJ reviewed that use of nomination funds. So automatically we terminated the AMS because of that. So again, having so much trust, I've been working with, you know, the AMS for several years, and this is what was happening through the course. And I didn't even know as a coordinator. So you know, there's always that that gap. So you have to be really careful. You know, don't you know, segregation of authorities is probably key. Wherever you're making a deposit, you can't have that same person receiving the payments and posting the payments and MIP and then deposits. Like there always has, and then who's making the deposit. So I'm glad that ASC was there because, you know, they took the lead when that position was vacant in the House of Chapter Resolution, because I wanted to, I guess, take care of myself because I don't want to be doing by chapter leadership, and that's what Chair Nance is referring to. So a lot of your policies are already financial, but again, with your housing discretionary, your club C, those were tailored from then to TCDC and then you just kind of make it to your liking, but it has to be through a chapter membership. So again, you probably learn and understand all of this. And one of the unique things with the chapter officials is there was a checkoff sheet. I don't know if ASC representative here, Mr. Maloney, if you are aware of this particular form. So at any day, a chapter official can go to the office, they can ask the coordinator getting this for this check sheet, just to kind of check the meeting minutes of their file, reconciliation if it's made, you know, and the chapter official has the right to ask for these certain documents and just checking them off. And maybe that's something that ASC needs to do at random, maybe once a month to every chapter. Because even ASC being there, I noticed that there are still chapters that are having a struggle in maintaining accountability. And again, I know that the team from ASC have been of a lot of assistance. So, taking a recommendation here from, Article Clause in regards to ASD trades, I really think that does need to happen. Because not only just, chapter leadership, but there's other chapter leaderships that are asking for training, because as you can remember, with this current administration, pandemic started. So they never were put through the proper training that they usually would have gotten, like chapter officials orientation. Like the Robert Rules of Order, how you're supposed to run your chapter meeting 48 hours advance notice and all that stuff. So with that, I really, commend the team and the officials for being very positive. And I'm sorry that you inherited a lot of these findings, but thus far it was mentioned that you've already implemented 18 of the 22, which is really great. And just continue, that momentum and hopefully, be seeing you back here in 6 months to say, okay, we've got our corrective action, because I remember Rock Springs, we had a full-blown audit already going when I was as coordinator. So we went before budget and finance, and budget and finance said that you have 12 months. But if you should feel like you corrected this within 6 months, you're more than welcome to tell our general that's what we did. So we addressed it within 6 months, way back before budget and finance. And at times said Damon, Speaker Damon was our delegate for the chapter. So we weren't recommended for sanction because we addressed all the 19 then. So, Rock Springs chapter can do it. I'm sure, and I have a lot of faith, that you're gonna do it. And, I feel, that ethical integrity for your people, because it's public dollars and it's your people's money. So as long as you justify every expense and according to policy, procurement, the professional services contract, I say you can go wrong nowhere. And one of the things that I did to pitch to the chapter officials is, I don't want your family to be first in line for these services. And to avoid, being blamed and everything, put your family at the very start and say, but that's just how it's gonna have to be. So, and they were good about it. So again, it's just fairness across the board. That's all will keep you, pretty much set to where you don't get blamed for it. Can't take cops over, but that's what I'm getting, from some of the other chapters, they, leadership. So just be careful. And I have faith in you to fulfill, your obligation and being accountable for everything that is received by the chapter that is going on the floor as well for your constituents. Again, and I don't know if the presenters here want to make a response back to Chair Ness. President, okay.
Well, never sacrifice. I don't know, chapter manager, supervisor, I had about 1/2 a day of the training with the DOJ. That's the only training that I had. He didn't go into detail about the LGA, the 3 managements, 5 management system. The only thing that he talked about was the history of how the LGA started. I asked him about what I had read about the 5 management system that was outdated. I asked him about, and that, but I hadn't read. It says that the chapter president should be the supervisor to the chapter manager, they never that's kidnapped, no, Taylor Shadini. Chapter officials should not supervise chapter manager. It's not your responsibility. The chapter president to supervise the dean. Although to be a supervisor, you have to be at the work site every day. Non-here chapter officials. Meeting AM in the Janata here. Based national, and I had worked with the in-house service, and I know that I wasn't a supervisor, but I went to supervisors, directors of outreach and the government last time. Or the quality of unlike intelligent, I see the quality of there's nothing the knowledge. They are the dead able to supervise the leading. I'll go to question our test kids. The whole, some of the language that are in the policies. The LGA about emergency meetings, those special meetings. It doesn't really define what the emergency meeting is will be, and then the special meeting. And then it doesn't state anything about a quorum, how many the queen and that. That's how I'm doing. There you go. There's emergency meeting at those days. So cut. Another question I think and some of the questions that I asked were not in the policies. From the tribe, some of these policies that they develop for the chapters. That's what I had noticed.
That's what, yeah.
So then the only thing that we have to improve on is to improve our communication with our community. So, just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, we did note some of those concerns by the agency. And again, by the IUM, for LGA certified chapters, I don't know if the chapter adopted an alternative form of government. If they did, or is on the type versus a non-certified chapter, a non-certified chapter, I know that supervision lies with, Mr. Maloney keeps studying, if that is the current structure that ASC still has. Unified management system, within the AD, they did a larger, chapter, just as a chapter person, the chapters, LGA certified, it's on that document, it's a manual for AD. It had a housing discretionary scholarships, locating PEP hired people, summer youth workers. A8 for men, it's inclusive in that 5-man management system. So specifically for Bird Springs chapter, you're not really gonna find it on the DCD website, but if you go to Navajo Government Development, that's where they're supposed to have a copy and then a digital copy too. But chapter, so that's where the education really is coming from. We have tweaked your stuff from ASD as a senior program project specialist. En gaat even door de job in KTT, die audit had als de day on the shitty, Mr. Maloney here will be of assistance because, and then in regards to public outreach for the community, she that's the people get really instrumental. They put up signs where these roads go or, newspaper or radio advertisement or put out message done and again, that would be up to chapter leadership and yourself to decide the needs so that we can get more people back into the community. As you all know, President Nygren had vetoed legislation that was dropped by Honorable Chair Vince James at the fall session yet, making amendments to Title 26. For in-person and virtual attendance to get quorum. But if you read the reason why President Nygren vetoed that particular legislation was because that how are chapters becoming instrumental to bring people back into the chapter and have that community dialogue and to have that community outreach. The virtual local AEI were really stepping away from that one-on-one interaction. That was pretty much a statement that he had, so I want to let you know. So, although the core of 15, initiating chapter, I done data donkey that I seen. So, they can educate you on, and also Mr. Maloney here. There's still, how you now, and that should be collective training. And I really think we need to make a directive to Administrative Service Center now that Department Manager Charlie's in there, that a lot of outreach needs to happen. I'm not only speaking to the city, but all the other regions of the ASCs across the Navajo Nation, because these partners on the just how the due process is supposed to go for just from running meetings, how you're supposed to hire, why you need one approval form to run checks. Then we get that BT, a lot of these chapters are probably in non-compliance, so you're probably not one. And it's just, it's alarming, so I really think that BSC really needs to set some sort of strategy to really educate the elected officials. I know that it's very close to the end of the term, but I really think that we need to continue that education. Then you have the new administration that's going to be coming in. So I think those are the things to really get ready for. So without Mr. Maloney, from Auditor General, and again, Vice Chair Johnson, thank you. And again, the recommendations that were made, and again, we just want to say continue, protecting the liquid and non-liquid assets of the chapter. Because, chapter constituents look up to you all to manage their assets well, and looking forward to our younger generation to hopefully utilize it. So so with that, I think we've had enough dialogue. Mr. Tati, I'm going to go ahead and Honorable Claude. So I think it's hard on the sheet, partners in the general and
Last corner. Oh, we need her.
okay, last corner, so
Oh, she's back.
She had to hydrate, so thank you for coming back. So with that, again, thank you, and we'll go ahead and take it to roll call vote, Mr. Taki.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for legislation number 0247-23. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Otto, so how do you vote? Excuse Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Pushing, so with that, your legislation passes, and now it's going on to the Budget Finance Committee, who has the final authority to accept your cap. Although Ken, non Diego, the chairman is in the so thank you again, and you have yourself a safe trip back to your home. Yeah. So going on down the agenda, letter D, directive, the Resources Development Committee directs the Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Department of Managers, and that's a work session on the, I will hold it in the short plan within the 5 agencies with the goal of educating the Navajo people on the county. So, in this directive, I get a motion.
Madam Chair,
Oh, want to bring it to the record? Okay. I apologize.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the director reads as follows: Title II citation to NNC Section 189B committee directs shall be limited to matters under such committee directive oversight and shall be approved by a single majority vote of all committee members. All approved directives shall be memorialized in writing and signed by the presiding officer and provided to the office of the president and affected divisions director within 3 calendar days of the committee approval. Directed to the Nomination Department of Agriculture. The Nomination Department of Agriculture Department Manager shall conduct work sessions with 5 agencies regarding the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the directive read into the record.
Okay, so with that directive read into the record, the recommendation to Department of Ag to conduct work sessions throughout the Navajo Nation to educate our people in the EIN. May I get a motion? Honorable Claude, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Chair Nez. With that, do we have any questions on this directive, members of RDC? Going once, going twice, Rodney, can you take roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call on items 70D on the directive. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote? Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Addison, how do you vote? Excuse. Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Motion carries. That motion carries with a directive to Department of Ag under the natural resources. Number 8, close of meetings. Do we have any announcements, members of RDC or legislative? No announcements. Okay, so with that, may I get a motion to adjourn?
Okay.
Honorable Claude and second by Vice Chair Johnson. And Rodney, can you please take the roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Excuse. Honorable Addison, how do you vote? Excuse, Madam Chair, that's 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, with that, motion carries to adjourn, and we want to adjourn at 3:41 p.m. And again, thank you everyone for being here with us today, and also to the listeners on the call. We all have a